Shadowrun for the Sega Genesis. I'm really looking forward to playing this one, and the reason for that is, and I'm gonna talk about a little bit more about this later, but the main reason is that when I was a kid I played the SNES version of Shadowrun, which was released before this one. It's completely unrelated actually. It's just set in the same world and follows the same basic rules. And that game is one of my favorite games on the SNES library. And it also has one of the best soundtracks on the SNES library for me, which is like a really big deal. I really care about the quality of the soundtrack on these games. So I'm really curious to play Shadowrun on the Sega Genesis, because everyone says that the Genesis version is better. It's going to have like an uphill battle when trying to compare to the SNES version, for me at least. I'll get into why a little bit later, but first let me talk about the game itself and a little bit of the history between these. So I'm gonna pull up, because these games are based on a tabletop RPG called Shadowrun. It was originally released in 1989 and still gets updates to these days, new editions, new issues of the tabletop RPG is still a thing. It's the tabletop RPG is made by FASA Corporation. You can see the logo on the box next to the Sega logo. And basically these games are licensed based on their intellectual property. So while I'm talking, I'm gonna put up an advertisement for the tabletop RPG. I'm not gonna have sound on it because it doesn't add anything, but just so you guys can have an idea, I think it's a good visual aid. So yeah, Shadowrun. What can I tell you guys about it? The original tabletop RPG was published by FASA in 1989. What is a Shadowrun in their particular world? This is quoted from their materials. It's a successful data theft or physical breaking at a rival corporation or organization. It is one of the main tools employed by both corporate rivals and underworld figures. So what you can see here on this ad, that is very weird early 90s thing. This ad is from 1990, I believe. This is a Shadowrun that's taking place right now, where a group of Shadowrunners is going into steal data from a company or something. I don't know. So the world of Shadowrun is basically a cyberpunk future. It was originally set in 2050, but the years keep moving forward as they keep releasing new editions. And the idea is that it's a cyberpunk future where the Awakening happening, which was an event where magic was restored to the world, and then elves and cat people and dragons and orcs and dwarves went back to being a thing alongside magic. And so it's basically cyberpunk with fantasy elements, which is actually quite good. I don't know why more games don't do that. The idea is very interesting. So the first video game based on Shadowrun was the SNES one. It was licensed by Data East from FASA. Of course, FASA owns the Shadowrun IP. Data East licensed it, and they contracted Beam Software to make the SNES version of the game, which was released in 1993, and it's one of my favorite games of all time. I'll talk about it in a little bit. Sega sub-licensed the Shadowrun IP from Data East, and then they contracted, it was Blue Sky Software, to make a version for the Sega Genesis. And the thing about these versions is that they are completely different games. They have nothing in common other than, you know, the IP they're based on, the setting, the basic rules of the game. Everything else, these are completely different games. And what you can see now in the video is a Decker, which is a futuristic hacker, plugging into the Matrix, which is a futuristic internet, and going to cyberspace to steal information. It's my best guess here. Anyway, After this, after the Genesis game, there was a version for the Sega CD that is the last game released for the Sega CD. It was only in Japan. There is no fan translation. It has a bunch of visual novel elements to it, so it's unless the fan translation comes out, you can't really play it unless you keep translating every screen. But I do want to play it someday. Then you had the 2007 Xbox 360 multiplayer only. Shit? It's shit. There's no reason for it to exist. Doesn't do anything for anyone, really. Then between 2013 and 2015, there were a bunch of Shadowrun Returns games that are probably great, but I haven't played those yet. Now, I keep arguing that Genesis Shadowrun, everyone says it's better than the SNES one, but for me it's on an uphill battle trying to compete against the SNES one. Reason number one, I'm gonna be completely honest here, and when I make like a final comparison, I'm gonna argue that, you know, I'm biased because I have a lot of nostalgia for the SNES game. It is just fantastic. Then you have the soundtrack. Even like the biggest fans of the Genesis version of Shadowrun will agree that the SNES music is just out of this world. It's the best soundtrack on the entire SNES library. And also like the SNES, the story used in the SNES version is based on a book that is set in the world of Shadowrun called Never Deal with a Dragon, if I'm not mistaken. And the story is really good. And it's linear. Like, I hear that people compare them and they say that the SNES Shadowrun is more linear and the Genesis one is more open-ended. And most people prefer open-ended games, I think, but I prefer the linear, well-structured games that have like a set narrative that plays out. And the thing about the SNES Shadowrun, I'm gonna mention 3 things that happen in that game, because I've played it on stream before, like 5 years ago. And if you can watch the VODs, I'm not gonna do too much in the ways of spoilers in case you want to check that game for yourself. But here's 3 things that happen in that game that just make it like absolutely crazed for me. First is how the game starts. The game opens in a morgue with 2 technicians talking about a guy that they just put inside the drawer in the morgue, and they're leaving the room with all the slabs, and they're talking about how the guy took like 10-20 shots in some gang fight and is just full of bullets and is very, very, very dead. And they leave the room, they close the door, and then play it out to some of the best music you can hear on the Super Nintendo. The slab slowly opens and the dude falls out of the drawer complaining about a headache and not remembering much of what happened. And then he walks out of the room, the technicians look at him, should be dead, so they just run away screaming. And that's like one of the craziest openings to a game that I've ever seen, especially from this era. Like, if anyone can tell me of a game that starts with our main character dropping out of the slab at the morgue and scaring the technicians away. It's funny because I had to talk to the technicians later, and the solution to that, because if you come back into the room, they're gonna look at you, they're gonna remember you, they're gonna be scared again, they're gonna run away. So you have to find a pair of sunglasses, put on the sunglasses so you walk in and they don't recognize you. That's actually the first emote I've ever had on this channel back when I had only 1 slot, is the main character from the SNES Shadowrun wearing sunglasses. Second thing the game has, and I'm pretty sure this one has to have it too, I would be very disappointed if it doesn't have it, is that because it's a cyberpunk game with magic and fantasy elements, it's literally a game where you have a gun, you have hacking, and you have dragons. There are not many games that fit that description, again, especially from this era. And third thing I want to mention, which is like the craziest, most ultimate sequence in that game, You go to a street dock, which is kind of like a hack that takes walk-ins to just do random modifications. And you go to him because you want to have like install the port in your skull so you can connect to the cyberspace. And you know, he doesn't even put you down with anesthesia or anything. He just goes in, hacking the port. Hello there, Games Classics Live. Yeah, violence. Just drill a hole in your skull. So you go in, he starts hacking in your head, and then he says, oops. Then the main character gets up the table and he says, what do you mean, oops? And he says, well, I was stalling up the port in your head, then I triggered some kind of time bomb inside your head, so I can't tamper with it anymore. And I would kindly ask you to leave, please, before you explode in here, because I don't have the skills or equipment to... It's going fine, Games Classic Live. How are you doing? How's the day treating you? So yeah, he says you have to go somewhere else to get a time bomb removed from your head. So from that point on in the game, you have this beeping sound, which is the timed bomb in your head. You don't know how long it takes for it to explode. You have to find a doctor that can actually disable and remove it. And get enough money to do that while it's beeping. If you try to save the game, you save the game by sleeping in a bed. If you try to do that, he says, I can't sleep in the bed with a bomb beeping inside my head, which is a very reasonable complaint. So eventually you manage to like do the entire progression. You go to the guy, remove the bomb, go back, install the port in your head. And if you don't remove the bomb, it keeps beeping inside your head as you're playing the game. And eventually, I don't remember how long it is. I want to say something like 2 hours. Because you don't have a timer, you just hear it beeping. Eventually you do explode from the waist up, just blown away to bits. And the last thing you hear is a horrific scream and fade to black. So if you guys know of any other game from this area where that happens, please tell me and I'll play straight away. So yeah, the Genesis version has a lot to cover to try and do one better than the SNES version. But again, everyone says this one is better. I have postponed playing this game forever. I'm really curious to see how it plays. Because biggest complaints about the SNES version was that you have to drag a cursor around using the D-pad to interact with the world, to shoot at the enemies. So I assume they do that very differently here. So that's good. But still, they have a lot to compete with here. So yeah, that's I think all I have to say about Shadowrun. So let's move over here and let's get started. This is gonna be the first console game I'll be playing on this stream in the last, what, 6 weeks? 7 weeks that I have been streaming, and I have played only DOS games. So it's nice to get a break here. That's from the game, it's not captured yet. Come on, you can do it. There you go, I'm gonna reset it. I'm gonna start the timer. And let's see what the game holds for us. Hello there, Terry Beerpong. Gritamus. Let me know if audio is too low or too high on the game. I believe I have rated you, Terry Beerpong, before. It's nice to have you here. I just spent the last 20 minutes talking about Shadowrun on the SNES and the tabletop RPG. And the Sega CD game that I did not even know existed. No need to thank me, it's just because I'm horrible with names, so I do a lot of conscious effort trying to remember people that talk in chat and that I rate me, because otherwise if I don't keep repeating, I'll just forget names. I remember the people, but I have trouble linking names to them. Anyway, Shadowrun copyright 89, that's when the tabletop RPG was released. In 93, which was when this was licensed by Sega, but the game was released in 84. Oh, it's just replaying this. You can skip it. Sorry, we were on. I think I've heard of this one before. I played the SNES one. It's one of my favorite games on the SNES, with one of the best soundtracks. And everyone says the Genesis one is better. I'm really curious to see how it plays. Shadowrun and Matrix are registered trademarks of the FISA Corp. Interesting, they call their version of the futuristic internet Matrix. This predates the movie by several years. If you try to load a game, it says that check out and smell the soy calf, chummer. There's no game saved here because we haven't played it yet, but I found this message to be very extra and interesting at the same time. And this is all I've seen from the game. It's first time starting a new game here. See how it goes. Okay, the SNES version, like I've mentioned, it has like a very specific storyline that it follows. Cyberpunk style lingo, exactly. This was my first introduction to Cyberpunk, was a SNES game. And really, an RPG with guns, that was also my first time playing one of those. It was a fantastic game. Expect this to be amazing. So the SNES, like I said, it follows a very specific storyline with a very specific character based on a book called Never Deal with a Dragon. And you don't select a class or archetype, as he calls it here. So this is new to me. So I assume a samurai is combat focused, a gate or shaman, because there are totems for different animals in the Cyberpunk system that enable you to cast spells. And on the SNES Shadowrun, you do get spells eventually, and you follow the dog totem. It's where you get your spells from. So I assume this is like one of those spellcasters, but it's based on alligators. I'm not into spellcasting in general. Here's some Ford class. Yeah, the Decker is a futuristic version of a hacker. You can see he's holding like a keyboard, and it's jacked to its head as the hacker in the Shadowrun system. And I'm very tempted because I'm not gonna do spells, so it's either gonna be this or this. I like hacking in video games, so I think I'm gonna go with this. I assume you can like cross-pollinate between archetypes. You can get spells and combat skills eventually. So I'm gonna go with Decker. The time, January 31, 2058. The place, Seattle. Under the cover of darkness, a team of Shadowrunners moves through the celestial wilderness. Oh, look at this. Without warning, they are ambushed by unknown forces. The massacre is over quickly, but captured on Twitch VOD by one of the slain members, Cyber Eyes. The Twitch VOD was recovered and made national news. Michael, your brother, was the last to die. This goes by very fast. Spending your last New Year to go to Seattle, you vow to avenge your brother's death. This looks sick. It's a shame the text goes by so fast. Landing at SeaTac Airport, your flag are kept ringing to Michael's last credit stick transaction. Stoker's Coffee Motel, located in the Redmond Barrens. Downtown Seattle. Redmond Barrens. Okay. Man, this looks sick! All of it. I'm not controlling. Okay, up until this point, it's been automatic. The battered sign reads Stoker's Coffee Motel. Motels like these are cheap, each room only large enough to fit a small bed. Dumps like these tend to attract the dregs of humanity. A for more. The manager yawns. I won't bore you with a welcome speech. So what do you want? There's a chance, like looking at the portrait, that this is a dwarf, because I'm pretty sure there are dwarves in this universe. Oh, the dialogue options are buttons on the controller, not selectable options. That's interesting. I like when they do that. I'm here to pick up Michael's stuff. So, you're Michael Brothers, eh? Michael's brother. Your bro skipped on paying his bill. I'm holding his stuff till I get the back rent. Let's make a deal. You pay me the 250 yuan he owes, and I'll fork over his stash. Dwarven beard, 100%. Yep. That's a nice beard. Small change. Slot this credit and I'm gone. 250 yuan? How much could he have stored in one of those rooms, so let's haggle a little bit. Hey, if you need Nguyen, head up the street to the jump house. Gunderson is always looking for runners. You'll find him in a booth towards the back of the bar. So, up the street, back of the bar, talk to Gunderson. So I see 3 slots. Do we get a party in this game? Oh, controls are a bit weird. If you press left, he does a full turn. Okay. So far, this controls okay. I shot a gun. Did I hit someone? Because I... Well, we have 10 shots left, so let's not press the button again. Graphics look nice, and a bagged man collapses at your feet. His skin is pale and cold to the touch. I didn't touch anything, I like these portraits. A well-dressed man runs up, followed by 2 ordinary thugs. I'm a doctor, and this patient has escaped. Help us capture him, and I'll pay you. You're not sure what to make up of this strange group. Leave him alone or you'll be sorry. I'm not trusting these people. You never trust corporal types in cyberpunk games. So leave him alone or you'll be sorry. They explain that they work for an insane asylum and that this is one of their patients. After showing you the proper credentials, they give you 50 Nguyen for your help, take their patient and leave. Okay. The music is like, of course not as good as the SNES one, but it's better than I originally expected. So the A button shoots, B does nothing for now, C nothing. It's making a noise. As you walk by, why is all of this happening? I'm just standing still. As you walk by, a man calls you from a dark alleyway. I wasn't even walking. Psst, I got 6 frag grenades for sale. I'll give them to you for 180 Nguyen. That's 30 Nguyen a pop. What'd you say, chummer? Nope, we need the money, I think. You leave him behind. I want to press the start key. Okay, so we are Joshua. Which is, you can change the name. We are a human decker, 100% physical and mental status. We are equipped with an American L36 light pistol, damage is very low, power is light. Attack defense or armor's clothing, weapon and gun skills are very low. Our posture is neutral. You have a pocket secretary, magic, cyberware, attributes and skills, clips. Right, this is the armor. You can equip and equip, discard, trade, cancel. Equip and equip. Right, so we are on equipping it, but it's not clear. Oh, it has a border. We need this equipped. We have 2 medkits, 6 uses each. Okay, posture. Oh, neutral, medium offense, full offense, medium defense, full defense. It changes our attack and defense status. I'm gonna leave it at neutral. Clips. 10 clips, we can reload, trade, distribute, or cancel. Function aborted. Attributes and skills. Man, this is a lot of stuff. This is way more than the SNES one. We had like 3 stats. Body resist damage. Yeah, there's explanation for everything. Then the skills. Because we're a decker, we have computer skills. Okay. Cyberware. We have a data jack, so we can connect to the cyberspace stuff. Magic. I have yeah, it just shows this. So we don't have spells, I would say. Just defense versus physical versus mana. And then a pocket secretary. Man, what is all this? We have 17 Nguyen, so we started with 20. We can dismiss a runner, but we don't have runners to dismiss. Yeah. We can save and load the game at any point, apparently. any returns here. What else do we have? Cyber deck. You do not have a cyber deck. Keep looking. Also, we do not start with a cyber deck. Then what did we have? We have a data jack. You need both the jack and the cyber deck. That's something I remember. Data jack is just the port on the head. But you need a deck. Okay. Group items. Not carrying any group items. Notebook. Current run. You're not currently engaged in a Shadowrun. Get a job. Tips and clues. Michael's last credit stick transaction. Stoker's Coffee Motel. Redmond Barons. Must pay Stoker 2015 million to get Michael's stuff. Having these notes is like really surprising for this, like 1994 on a console RPG. Appreciate it. Mr. Johnson's. Mr. Gunderson. Oh, it's the guy we have to talk to. Mr. Gunderson is a small-time Johnson who works out of the Jump House bar in Redmond Barrens. So we have to go to the Jump House bar and find this guy at the back. Okay. We don't get a map of any kind. There's a lot of stuff here. Are these enemies? Do you just have to shoot them? Ooh. That's weird. I press the button, he eventually turns around and shoots. Oh, if I press B, it changes the target. Interesting. It's kind of like supposed to be turn-based because I press the button, eventually it shoots. Ow, ow. Okay, can we reload? Did he reload automatically? Still have ammo left. Do you want to reload? No. So I think he reloads on his own. Okay, can we search the bodies? One of the bodies already disappeared. Can't interact. Quest log is certainly a bit rare for a 90s game, but even more so for a console game for sure. Exactly. I usually just have to remember what to do. Entering a bundle and check, you are accosted by a member of the Halloweener gang. If you wanna leave, you better have a real good reason to be here. I'm looking for some information. Yeah, okay. Boss says we gotta talk to the locals. Says it makes us more acceptable in the community. But I don't gotta like it, so yak already. Tell me about the I-5ers. They're a Go gang that cruises around Seattle. When they enter our barons, we rumble them. They think they're so hot because they got the mafia on their side. They're weak and don't know nothing about real power. What about the orcs? They're nothing to be worried about. The orcs are in with the city government. They do enforcer jobs in exchange for favors. We go down to pull up every now and then to keep them in line. I'll talk to you later, chum. See you around. Yeah, he's smoking, so he has to have a smoker voice, I suppose. What is this? The entrance to the Shell's atomic nuclear plant is heavily guarded. It supplies much of the energy for Seattle and is the constant target of terrorist attacks. A guard approaches. You have no business here? Beat it before I open fire. Okay, so this is the power plant. We'll probably have business here at a later point in the game. Can we get in here? No. Okay, nothing else on this part of the map. Can we run? We cannot run. What is this? Little Chiba's Chop Shop is recognized as one of the most competent cyberware installers in Seattle. Their technicians and surgeons are extremely skilled, thus they have the ability to install powerful cyberware. Salesman walks up. I have a great amount of cyberware. Please feel free to browse or buy. Our medical facilities are also available if you require treatment. I am in need of your services. Please step this way. Okay, medical attention. No, we don't want this. Can we cancel? Can we cancel? Can we... Okay. I have to press start to cancel. Cyberware. Data jack. It costs essence and nuance, a lot of them. Allows input and output from any cyber deck and is required to enter the matrix. I believe we already have a data jack. Cyber eyes augments vision to counter invisibility and increase combat effectiveness. 3,500 in nuance. Hand razors. So cool, man. Look at all the implants. These are short chromed steel blades that slide out from under synthetic fingernails. Spurs. Set of 3 carbon fiber blades anchored to the back of the hand. Smart link. Feedback circuitry needed to use the combat information provided by a smart gun. Muscle replacement. Implanted synthetic muscles which increase both strength and quickness. 12,000. Shit. Dermal plating. Hard plastic and metal fiber plates which are bonded to flesh to form armor. In warrior reflexes, implanted neural boosters and adrenaline stimulators which increase combat speed. 30,000. This is a lot more involved than the SNES game. For sure. Why are these people attacking me actually? Oh, I did get something. What did I get? Am I getting XP? I'm at 50% mental. Inventory. It doesn't show on the inventory what I got. Was it like a clip? No, we still have 9. How do we... We got some... Oh, maybe it was Nguyen. Yeah, we got 10 Nguyen from that guy. Okay. Let's keep going. Can I talk to you? I can target you? Can I talk? No? No, I can't talk to it. I don't want to shoot it. Okay. Because on the SNES version you can talk to any guy. Is this guy trying to attack me? He is. Yeah, he reloads automatically. Okay, what is in here? You enter an abandoned building. Ghouls tend to gather here, packs of them, waiting for some fresh meat. Entering the foul place, you smell the stench of rotted flesh and hear the sound of movement. Okay, I regret it. How do we go back? Thank you. I don't think we're ready to come in here yet. Is this a terminal? We can call attacks, feed phones, cyberspace. You need a cyber deck to enter cyberspace. Okay. No contacts to call on the vid phone. I'm not gonna call a taxi just yet. On the SNES version, instead of calling a taxi, you enter a train, I believe. The only illumination in the greenhouse comes from the dirty skylights, casting strange shadows. Seated at a cluttered desk is a wisp of a man hiding under a large hat. Come on in, just lot your cred stick before we start talking. Time is money, chum. What's your story, chummer? That'll cost you 100 million to find out. Boris waits expectantly. Do you pay? Let me get back to you on that. Come back when you've caught up on your Nguyen. Okay, so here's the greenhouse. You have to pay just to talk to that guy. Okay, still trying to find the place with the guy that has the jobs. Wait, do we? Yeah, that's mental. Is mental like armor? And after you lose mental, you start to lose physical? Yeah, I'm gonna put down a save. I don't know how this system works actually. Okay, so this must be the bar. And this must be something else. Oh, it's another door into the bar. And nothing else over here, I don't think. So let's go in here. The Jump House is a typical small bar inside the Barrens. It's weird that you don't actually get to see the interiors of the places. So it's more RPG than exploration in a sense. The standards line frequented and an occasional Shadowrunner sometimes sleeps in its entrance. You see a fat man licking his fingers in the far corner booth. Oh, we do get the interior. Boy, friend, don't be so obvious. Old Stoker likes to toss my name around, but if you want to stay healthy in the shadows, you do well to just refer to me as Mr. Johnson. I'm looking for some information. Info, eh? Well, chummer, I might be able to help you there. Since you're pretty green, I'll offer some free advice. Most Johnsons don't mind telling you basic information, so there ain't a charge for that. But if you want some special contacts, the type who can help you out well, that costs. Usually somewhere up in the thousands of Nuyen. I need some questions answered. Help you hurry up and ask them. What exactly is a Mr. Johnson? Geez, you are green. A Johnson is your meal ticket if you're gonna be a Shadowrun. Let's take me for example. My name is Gunderson, but you should refer me to as Mr. Johnson, out of respect for my anonymity. I receive jobs from those who don't want to dirty their own hands. I contract out those same jobs to runners like yourself. It's a food chain and you're the little fish. I've got another question. Now you can ask the same thing again. Let's talk about a different subject. I'm looking for some contacts. Contacts. We all need contacts, don't we, small time? Let me give you a few words of advice. New contacts take a while to warm up. So treat them well and they'll do their best for you. That said, I got a line on a decker who's pretty hot stuff. She's done some work for me and can probably teach you a thing or two about running the Matrix. You want her number for 1,000 Nuyen? Let's talk about a different subject. Okay, we have to remember this. Ah, shit. I think it might be time to break out the old notepad. So we remember this stuff later. Open a separate page and stuff we need to know. This Johnson, Mr. Johnson has contact for 1,000 Nuyen, and the greenhouse guy, he offers info, but he asks for money to give us info. Okay, just so I don't forget that stuff. So I can just look for some work, I guess. Wanna go on a Shadowrun, eh? Well, old Gunderson's got a beauty for you. There's a community of ghouls somewhere in the Redmond Barrens. They have been preying on the citizens there. Kill as many as possible and return here for payment. You are offered 10 Nuyens for each ghoul killed. After negotiations, you come to an agreement. Payment for this run is 35 Nuyen each, up to 20 kills max. What do you say, friend? Okay, I don't like the idea of killing ghouls, whatever they are. But, yeah. Mr. Johnson logs the run on his pocket secretary and downloads the information to you. Thanks, my friend. You keep coming to me and I'll keep you running. So we already found... Oh, you can see the guy in the table. Just his hand. Hadn't noticed that before walking in there. And that's all the interaction we have here. Okay. So let's go back. I think I remember where the goals are. Goals? No, that's the power plant down there. This is... I kind of want to save my cash, my bullets. I think this is the greenhouse, right? No, this is a different place entirely. This is the entrance to the Hollywood Correctional Facility, home to a large number of criminals and scum of the city. Security guard toting an SMG meets you at the gate. What are you, a tourist? Leave this facility immediately. What's the story with this place? You must be tourists. Hollywood Correctional is an underground prison. We have patrols around the clock and haven't had a breakout since, 2022. That's year, not hour, vid clown. Since then, we have increased the security to keep the scumbags away from law-abiding citizens. He frowns at you after his last remark. Okay, I'll talk to you later, chum. Good day, citizen. Okay. Get away from me, dude. Yeah, I have no idea who these people attacking me are. Oh, shit. Okay. I was worried that I would be stuck there. Still coming after me. Alright, so this was the prison. This is where I started. One of those doors is actually a different thing. Right, this is the clinic. Okay, this has a gift shop icon. Might not have been here actually. We can't go in. I hope it's not because we're in combat with that guy. Yeah, this is the goals area. Okay, let's hope for the best over here. Okay. Do you die easily? You awaken little Chiba. Some good Samaritan hold you in. We patched you up some and took our payment from your credit stick. You can leave anytime, but advise you to be more careful. Okay, so we have physical at 60, mental at 80. And I'm not gonna reload or anything, but we did lose some credits. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, this is the greenhouse, right. The abandoned building is to the right, I believe. That's a difficult first mission. So maybe we farm these guys for XP or something? Yeah, they're very tough. I also don't know how to heal up other than using the med kits. Farming and upgrading maybe. Yeah, there's a building there that might have stuff for me to buy. The cyber upgrades are all too expensive. I also don't know where to buy ammo. And we're gonna be... Jesus! Okay, I don't know what we need to do better here. Let me see if I use this medkit used. It doesn't improve the physical. It does, just very, very little. Holy shit. Okay, there is one open shack that I haven't been to actually. Just maybe there's something there. As you walk by, a man calls you to a front one. No, I don't want to buy grenades. I could attack him. No, I'm not gonna attack him. Okay, this, we haven't been here. Lone Star has this area cordoned off. Badges swarm the area with serious intensity. You decide it would be wise to leave until the heat dies down. Yeah, okay. There's another one here. Same thing. So these are come back later areas. Let's check that place with this. Oh, we can go in. Large man with the Ares logo on his huge coveralls grins at you over the counter. You'll love this place, sir. None of that wimpy stuff here, no way. You just point out what you want. Okay, so here they have available weapons, armor, equipment, weapon accessories, fire. You can accessorize the firearms, and you can sell an item from the inventory. So what do you have in terms of weapons? Everything is too expensive. These clips may be used in any gun. With switching weapons, the clip transfers the percentage of ammo left to the new gun. Cost per clip, so we can... Jesus, even the first aid kits are too expensive. Right, portable first aid can heal wounds based on the user's biotech skill. This is for mental health? It's a slap patch for mental health. Boy, we could use some of these in the world right now. And physical health. Okay. It's a sting patch and a trauma patch. Right, we can't... Still grappling with the controls in the menus a little bit. Armor, equipment, accessories. You first choose a gun to accessorize. Right, so we're not gonna be doing anything in here. We don't have any cash. So maybe we run around trying to kill those weaker enemies and then hope we get enough money to... Can I fight one guy at a distance maybe? Keep an eye on the health, run away if it gets... No, that's way too many enemies. Okay, they're pathfinding. Yeah, it works eventually. Okay, nope, I don't want all of you. Wait. I can't exit. I'm nearly... You can't exit if you're in combat. I just wanted to take a look and run away. Grenades might help here. Yeah, I can't afford them though. No, the grenades are actually a good idea. I have to figure out how to change weapons, but they are a good idea. If this is the greenhouse... Can I go in here without talking to the guy or to something else? Yeah, you can look for a place to crash. 20 million. Hope you brought your own towels. I've been clean out this month. Enjoy your stay. Steamy mug of soy calf would be just wheeze about now. Karma screen. We have one karma and we can upgrade stuff with the karma. Interesting. These cannot be upgraded. Sense allows fast magical healing. It decreases when cyberware is installed. Magic determines the maximum force of spells cast. It decreases when cyberware is installed. So the more cyberware you have, the less pure you are. So you have more trouble casting that stuff. Sorcery. Everything costs more than one, so... Right, so this is how you level up. And if we check out, do we get... No, we do not fully recover. Yeah, I don't have... Can I attack the guy? The thug pulls out a heavy pistol to defend himself. Man, this is not going well. Maybe I should load, actually. I'm gonna load. We have learned a lot. I think we have been there already. Let me just check if I... No, we haven't. So we just talk to the guy really quick. Grab the mission. Oh, there's a guy to talk to now over there. Oh, this is a different place. And yeah, this guy has like... An old man flashes his gums at you. His foul breath is air freshener compared to the stench of his withered body. You decide to find a booth on the far side of the room. Right, so we did not see this place before. Rat-like dwarf is here. He stares at you in silence. I'm looking for a good runner. Care to sign on? Only if it is a simple job. I don't like to fight. I charge 155 million for a single run. You can cut up 1550. My services are at your disposal. Of course, either way, get my percentages. Yeah, we can't afford that. Good luck with your struggle. So this is one of the guys we can... we can push him around, I think. Yeah. Eventually we talk to him. This was also in the... I just trying to get out. I swear I'm trying to get away from him. There we go. So you can hire people, so I assume you can hire 2 people. That's the slots over there on the interface. Okay. We could have used like a mini-map. Oh right, there were 2 doors. This is the one we got a job on. Okay, I'm looking for some work. Go to the jump house. A contact there will give you a package. Take it to the Chihuahuas and Nook plant in the Redmond Barrens. You'll be paid upon safe delivery of the package. This sounds like a much easier mission. It's a good thing I reloaded. It's a good thing I saved before picking up a mission. Okay, jump house. Oh, yes, sure. You just have to find the... Yeah, this seems to be class-based, but I didn't change the class. I just loaded from previous game. Yeah, the ghouls would have made sense for a fighter. Okay, what is the jump house? This isn't the jump. Okay, is this a jump house? No. Ares Weapon Emporium, okay. Is this a jump house? No, Coughing Motel. Jump house, jump house. I don't remember what is a jump house. Is this a jump house? Jackal's Lantern, no. So now we're going around trying to find which place is called a junk house. A jump house. No correctional facility. Alright, these checks shouldn't be what I'm looking for. Might as well check anyway. Correctional facility, you can tell from the guns. This is a motel. This is Ares Weapon Emporium. This is the little Shiba Shop Chop. Jesus, game. I clearly cannot deal with this. I swear I'm trying my best. I'm gonna use a med kit. Once we're a little bit lower on health. Sheesh. Yeah, they have 6 uses, but they don't heal a lot. Okay, they all ran out of ammo, so if I am extra careful, it's just that he turns very weirdly. Yeah, he does that circling thing, so stay in range way more than I'd like. Stop for a long while too. Okay, let me... No, nothing to grab. Okay, some money. Shit. Shit. Holy shit. Let's see if we can heal here before we go further. Medical attention. We can't afford it. We can't afford it. And we're almost dead again. That's it. No more medkits. We still have to find a jump house. Is this a jump house? Want to talk to your boss. Man, you got guts coming here and saying that. He never heard of you, so I shoot the boss. Cough up 500 million, and I'll make sure he'll hear about you. Yeah, I've changed my mind. Ha, yeah, right. Come back when you have some creds or have made a name for yourself. Now, this early game is really not easy. So this is the area with the goals, right? Yes. It's not where we want to go. Do we have to call a taxi? That's a lot of different places, but I don't think it's any of those. Let me see. Pocket secretary, notebook, current run. Go to the jump house in the Redmond Barrens. We are in the Redmond Barrens, so it has to be here. Okay, I just have to figure out where that is. This is the greenhouse. It doesn't... Okay, so this is some guy that wants money to talk. Not a jump house. Yeah, this was a jack-o'-lantern. Maybe it is. Let me talk to that random guy on the corner just in case we can't stand his smell now. Yeah, no. This is where we got the mission from. It's not called Jump House. This is the correctional facility. An underground prison, so I'm not even gonna bother going in there. And we got some people after me again. Try to lose them. This is still cordoned off, right? Cordoned off. Not this, not this. This is the greenhouse again. Yeah, I have no idea where to go. I think we've been on everything? Yeah, this is... Unless this is the jump house, but I don't think it is. I don't know what a jump house is supposed to be. Nope. I've been everywhere more than once. I can go to the power plant, but that's the destination for the target, not the source. Right, so nothing to do here. This is that guy. Nothing else that we can walk into. Yeah, I apologize for just walking in circles. I'm trying to figure out where the game wants me to be. Is there another door in here that I've missed? Nope. What's the name of this place? It's the place we got the mission from. You just have to leave and enter again. I didn't enter it because I thought it would be too stupid for that to be the case. Alright. So that's the jump house, I guess. Now we know. Where is the... Ah, shit. How many clips do we even have now? 2. Yeah, we are very low on everything. Maybe if we adopted an aggressive posture, we could kill enemies faster. And we just have to avoid getting hit, like at all. A guard grabs the package, waves a Geiger counter over it, nods, and drops your payment as he retreats. Okay. Do we get paid or do we have to go back? No, we got paid. I'm gonna put down a save. Finally got... Oh, during combat. Okay, apparently there's still people coming after us. Can we save now? We can. Okay, so that's one mission done. Let's see if we can get another mission. Right, nothing new. The text box. Oi, friend, don't be so obvious. Okay, same stuff, looking for some work. Another package. Yeah, now that I know where it's supposed to go. It's gonna be quick. I think you can refuse the mission, and then you can just, like, keep fishing for easy missions. Okay. Correctional facility should be right here. Sneeze. Okay. Another mission completed. So I guess we'll have to do this for a while. Unless we already have... Yeah, still need more money. Well, I hope it's not too boring to watch. I do enjoy grinding this stuff. As long as I can figure it out. Go to the jump house. You meet my client, Alice Goodson. Escort my client to the Jackal's Lantern, which is right next door. Alright. What I say? So we're being offered 55, but we negotiated to 65, so I assume one of the skills is doing that. Which actually makes me curious. Skills. Charisma. Reduces the hiring price of Shadowrunners, increases fast stock success. Maybe that's what increasing... I think this is what is increasing the money we get. No, negotiation. Here. Increases Shadowrun payments and influences buying and selling. Alright, that's why we're getting more money than we should. So we leave here. We go back. Hey, there you are. Boy, am I glad to see you. It's getting so a guy can't walk the streets alone. Well, let's get moving. I'm on a tight schedule. If anybody tries anything cute, you wax them. Okay, let's hope we can move out fast enough. We couldn't. Okay, it's one guy. Maybe I can kill it if the other guy doesn't get in the way. And I shoot him on accident. Ah yes, I want to change to full offensive. Oh, we don't increase the attack past neutral actually. There is no reason to do that. Okay, going here. There we go. Thanks for the escort, chummer. Here are the credits for a run well done. I'll be sure to tell all my friends about your services. So as far as the theme of Shadowrun goes, This game is more interesting than the SNES one in the sense that we are doing runs. Like, that's literally how the game started, you just doing runs. I don't think you do a lot of that on the SNES version. Okay, now I'm gonna pick up Michael's stuff. Okay. Slot this credit and I'm gone. The credits roll off your stick, and in return you are handed a crumpled plastic box. Open it, you find a scented letter, a cyber deck. Good, we can go into cyberspace. A wristband and 2 holopics. The letter addressed to Michael reads as follows. I don't trust our Johnson, and neither should you. His story just doesn't wash, and you know it. I'm out on this one, and I hope you are too. I'll wait for you at the Tardislar City Inn in Puleup Barrens, Tabitha Shale. So, I'm sure this is gonna go on the journal, but just in case, it's Puleup Barrens, and in there, Tardislar City Inn. Tardislar City Inn. And that's for Tabitha. Okay. Just so we don't forget it. Cyberdeck is a small Allegiance Alpha that hasn't seen much use. These decks are fine to dabble in cyberspace but lack real power. So we're gonna have to upgrade it later. The wristband is a duckwagon humming beacon. When its wearer's condition becomes critical, a duckwagon trauma team is dispatched to retrieve him. The wearer is then resuscitated and dropped off at Seattle General Hospital. The fee is around 10% of the wearer's credit stick balance, guaranteed not to exceed 5,000 nuance. You slip it on your wrist and lock the clasp. Okay, but we died a bunch of times before having it. Whatever. Holopics, Dr. Ivana Havershan, Medical Doctor, Seattle General Hospital, Havershan Clinic. And Mr. Caleb Brightmore, Esquire, problem solved or is eliminated. He looks like a dark elf. Finally, you uncover a cred stick hidden under the Holopics, has a balance of 500 nuyen. The irony of this discovery wears off after a moment. Okay, so we got some creds. So we could buy more ammo. Might need more ammo actually. We only have 2 clips. We could try going to cyberspace. Wait, did I save? Let me put down a save. I think I did, but... let's try to go into cyberspace.
Passcode.
Enter passcode. There are no passcodes stored in your deck.
Passcode.
Can you do a system search?
Accepted.
Accepted. Okay, let me just pull down the volume a little bit lower. Combat, defense, mask sense, command. What is all this? Attack is used to destroy. I see. Attack becomes necessary when masking fails. Medic repairs damage taken by the persona. Seriously damaged personas repair at a slower rate. Okay, I assume our persona is that thing at the bottom left. Could be at full health, so we want to mask first. Deception creates passcodes to full access in Grey IC. Deception has no effect on Barrier or Black IC. Analyze scans the node and its IC for information. Multiple analyses may be required for hidden info. We can check out. We can sysmap, see where you are on the system, retreat to parent node if needed. You can see the items you have in storage. This allows you to view information on your current cyberdeck or matrix run. If we do cyber info. And that's a lot of stuff. We have no data files in storage. Not in a matrix run. What is what? I'm not doing anything. Unlisted system access node blue 4 enter system. I have no idea what's going on. Okay, I can move the question mark. This is an IOP and this is a CPU. What is an IOP? Terminal input output port blue 7. We can leave node or we can lock out. What is lockout? Affirmative, node access locked. Override sequence disabled. Okay, now we can leave it and go to the CPU. Wait, we can select things. Okay, can we leave because... Oh, you have to load this stuff. No available memory. Can we remove this? Programs already erase it? Yes. Oh, we can't load this, it's too large for that. So I'm gonna put this in there. And then I'm gonna attack. Got a hit.
Passcode rejected.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It looks awesome.
Passcode rejected.
Syntax error. Attack evaded. Still can't do this thing. Not in combat. What do you mean not in combat? Does this mean that there is no, like, defenses on this thing? Attack failure. Are we making progress? Can I, like, if I'm not using this and this, can I add this that analyzes whatever is going on? You need to wait for it to charge. I think we got in. Cancel the alert. No alerts are activated. We can crash the system. Do we get anything from doing all this?
Passcode.
I don't know. Did we get money? No. Yeah, I don't know what the point was in that. Put down a save. This game has me thoroughly confused. So, okay, the game kind of wants us to go elsewhere. But we need more ammo. Definitely need ammo. Okay, we can get a bunch of clips. We could get one of these as well. Are you coming for me, dude? Because I can probably take you on now. There we go. Let's see, maybe we can level up. Some of those drags leap from the shadows. You are forced back into the street where they attack. Okay, so even trying to sleep is an adventure sometimes. Man, why does everyone want me dead? Can we try again? Nope, they're still there. Nope. I don't know, I could try it fighting, but... Okay, I can... maybe lose them by going in here and then coming out back. Okay, it worked, I guess. So let's try this again. Nope, they really don't want me to sleep here. Shit, man, this is so difficult. I wonder if like the only reasonable way to play this game is picking the fighter. Okay, that's the entire med kit gone on this already. Ah, come on, die before I do. Ah, I'm gonna reload. Yeah, dog wagon. And then it drops me on a completely different place. I'm not ready for this. Okay. So that was after the cyber deck. Did I had already bought everything? No, this was before I spent the money. Let's try again. See if we can get some sleep. We can. I just want to sleep, man. Yeah. Can we have 5 karma. Okay, we can upgrade some stuff. We can resist damage. We can have better attack speed. We already have 5. Yeah, we can't even upgrade this, actually. We can upgrade firearms. We can, like, specialize in pistols, submachine guns, and shotguns. We can improve this and this. Okay, so we don't care yet, at least for now, anything that has to do with spells. So willpower is not important. Intelligence determines attack speed and increases combat and cyber combat success. What about quickness? Movement and attack speed. Just attack speed? What's the point? This is so weird. Okay, this increases melee damage, grenade accuracy, charisma. I think we need like... Jesus, it costs 6 to improve this. It costs 5 to get 1 point in pistols. I wonder if we can. How much we can upgrade. It worries me that I would spend money on something that I need right now. Money, I mean karma. And then later get better guns. Yeah, I'm not spending on these. I don't think it's smart. Should probably just upgrade these and keep my options open. So I would upgrade something from here. I don't have enough karma to upgrade quickness. I can upgrade intelligence. I guess. So now we are smarter. What do we do? Do we do more jobs? I think we might want to. I am attacking faster. Ooh. Quickness would be better because I would also attack faster. Oh, this is much better. We got a free health kit. Okay, the game is starting to open up a little bit. Let's grab some missions, let's see if we can get some upgrades before moving on with the game. Maybe.
Schattenlauf. Schattenlauf.
Right, dude has to be escorted to the motel. Yeah, I couldn't negotiate it any more than 55. Sure. Let's go for it. Just 1 point in intelligence apparently made it a lot easier to survive. Easy. There is a sudden disturbance up ahead. You glimpse someone taking a picture with a holocam. The person quickly disappears into the crowd. Ooh, mysterious. So far the game is very interesting. It's hard to compare to the SNES version that I have a lot of nostalgia for, but... And it just barely started to open up. But it is interesting. It is a lot more open-ended. We're just like doing whatever we feel like. Okay, I did save. And he gave me the ghoul mission again. So we're gonna try kill some ghouls. See if we can do better this time. If we can't, I'll reload. And not take that mission. Wrong building? And yeah, we cannot leave if we are in combat, so I have to be careful here. Just hoped we could get like 1 goal at a time. Okay, that's a lot better. And they're also dropping money. How many clips do we have? 5. Gotta keep that in mind. Also, all this combat's gonna give me a lot more karma. Yeah, they're just spawning randomly behind me even. Ah, shit. So yeah, it is better, but not good enough still to handle that mission. So if we could give me something else, I would be very grateful. Nope. I'm gonna try again. How much karma do we have? 1. We need like 6 to get quickness. Quickness would help us a lot in dealing with them. Not only because it would help us with shooting them, but keeping our distance as well. They just spawn so unpredictably. What is that? That's like a jumping gargoyle or some shit. You'll stay here. This seems to be a safer place for them to just spawn and then come to us and do this. Yeah, just stay here. We killed 3, I think the maximum is 20. Keep an eye on the health. Come on. I'm sure you want to respawn. Do you have to advance? This feels like a trap to me. Very carefully. Very slowly. I don't want them spawning behind us. What is going on? Jeez. Yeah, behind us, as expected. What even is this dude with the... What is he attacking us with? Like, it goes from reasonable to impossible very quickly. I'm pretty sure we can't afford any armor or guns. I wish we could, like, because we're a decker. So I really truly wish we could, like, hack into computers to get some money. Should I try doing that again? Maybe we can, we just messed up before. Even got more intelligence now. Let me try doing that. We don't have any passcodes, so we can just do a system search to find like a random system to hack into. Right, and yeah, I want to go in with these. Enter system. There is a SM. I don't know what an SM is. We'll go. Okay, let's gather information. It resisted. Success. It's an SPO orange. We don't know anything about access or killer. Oh, but we can see the health now. Okay, got in. Now we can... This is a retail control subprocessor unit. We can leave the node, and from here we can do a DS, another CPU, and another SM. I don't know what a DS is, so let's go for that first. Let's gather information. It was resisted. Try again. Green. Right, so maybe if you attack the CPU and you crash the system, then you can't do anything else. So maybe that's not what you do if you want to extract money or something. Financial data store. I want to transfer data. Nothing of interest. You'll find nothing of interest. Your actions have been noticed by the system. All precautions are now enforced. Yeah, I'm gonna erase. You find a file that appears important and obliterate it from memory. Score 1 for the downtrodden hacker. And leave node. Okay, so they have... we can't go anywhere, we have to go to that SM. So now we know that squares are data stores and we might be able to get useful stuff from them, like possibly money.
Passive alert.
We'll have a passive alert now. I see suppressed in here. Oh, which means we're already being there, so we can move over to somewhere else. Can we disable the alert by hacking into the IOP? I wonder. Because I think this is what handles security. We just locked out of it. Okay. Can we skip this? We can't. Okay, from here we can probably access more stuff. Trace and burn. This one has more health. They haven't attacked me yet. But precautions are in place, so I have to stay alert for things that might happen, maybe. I gotta say, the hacking minigame on this feels a lot more interesting and engaging than the one on the SNES game. It's confusing, but it's swim deeper. The one from the SNES game is just like a... Ow. Okay, so nothing happened, right? We just failed to persist in being there. I'm gonna see if I can do more jobs so I can get like one single upgrade to anything before we move on. But if it is still the ghouls, then because the ghouls I can do like 2, maybe 3 before it becomes impossible. Jump house and escort it to greenhouse. Yep, easy stuff. Sometimes there aren't even any enemies, so just go here, grab the guy. And the greenhouse is right here, I think. Yep. Okay, money, some karma. I have 2 karma. It doesn't tell you when you get karma. I remember on the SNES version I was a little bit frustrated that you couldn't... Shit, these groups are worse. You couldn't max out your skills because game just didn't have enough karma for that. I wonder if it's gonna be the same here. We do miss a lot of our shots, I have been noticing. How are we on clips? Only 2. Yeah, I hope we're making enough money to... I don't want grenades. You need strength to use them properly. I'm sure it would be a mess if I try to use them.
Shut him mouth.
What does that voice say? Shut your mouth?
Shut him mouth.
Shut your mouth. Halloweeners to grab a package. That's the shack on the bottom right. Them to the greenhouse. Nukem Quad 9 with the raid. Let me give you a shout out, my friend. There you go. What were you playing? You were playing Protoss Deathless Run on the... Is it on the first StarCraft? Anyway, welcoming raiders, I'm Copert, I'm a retro streamer. I try to keep things varied and fresh over here. We currently have 3 games running on the schedule. And this is the game for the... Hold on a second. This is the game for the first 2 days of the week. We're doing Shadowrun for the Genesis. Never played it before, really curious to see how it goes. Adventure gaming raid with Quad 9, StarCraft 1. I freaking love StarCraft 1. 2 as well, but 1 is just... peachy. Really, fantastic game. 8 of 10 missions done. Protoss... Protoss was like... the 3rd campaign on the original StarCraft 1. We're not doing Brood War yet, right? I think Protoss was the 3rd one. So that means you're almost done with the original campaign. Okay, now we have to take the package back to the greenhouse. We had... correct, okay. We had to come see the Shadowrun goodness. I love the tabletop RPG. Never knew they had a video in the 16-bit era. Well... I'm glad to tell that there was not a video game in the 16-bit era for Shadowrun. There were 3. This was the second one that was released. The first one was the SNES one, which is one of my favorite games of all time. Oh. Has one of the best soundtracks on the system. Then 1 year later they got this one, the Genesis one, which most people consider to be better. But I'll reserve judgment on that. Ah, shit. And then on 96, the last Sega CD game was also called Shadowrun, based on the same tabletop RPG, but... do we have any clips? We have 1. Gonna have to. But that one was only released in Japan and there is no translation for it. I'm really curious about it, actually. I gotta say this one is a lot more complicated and deep than the SNES one. He only played the SNES one, which was referenced in Shadowrun Returns series quite heavily, around 2010. Yeah, the Shadowrun Returns, the first one was released in 2013. They released like 4 more games until 2015. And some of those games are pretty good. Shit, we don't have ammo for this. But yeah, the SNES one was like one of the first futuristic RPG games I've ever played. First RPG with guns I've ever played. That game is just phenomenal. I did play it on stream like 5 years ago. absolute top game. I want to go somewhere else, but those guys are attacking me. I don't have enough bullets for them, I don't think. I'm gonna try anyway. And yeah, the games are all different. They have nothing to do with each other. They're different styles, made by different companies. Some people think this one is a sequel to the SNES one, but it isn't. It's its own thing with its own mechanics. Yet. Do we try to punch this guy to death? I don't think we should. 3 games total of them all. That explains it. Was a PC gamer in that era. Yeah, that was before I became a PC gamer, so... I need to buy clips, guy. Can you let me go into the shop for just a second? I did own a Genesis, but very few games. Was mostly buying RTS games for my PC. That's perfectly understandable, Nukem. That's a good way to use your money. The atmosphere in the SNES Shadowrun is amazing. Yeah, that's it, Trash Cat. That's that's the best way to put how awesome the SNES game is. I talked about this at length at the start of the stream, but starting a game at the morgue where the technicians just leave the room and then the drawer opens and the main character falls off the slab complaining about a headache. That's like the best start to any game in the SNES era, really. Yeah, it is very different. Man, you get a time bomb in your head beeping, and if you wait long enough it explodes. And you die and you fade to black with the horrific scream playing in the back. Freaking awesome game, really. Okay, let's get some ammo. We need a lot. Which means all our money is leaving our pockets now. Okay, that was like 10 clips. That should be good enough. The opening before you even play right with the city. That thing is amazing. The music, everything. When it scrolls down the city and then it just very dramatically goes down a huge building at breaknecking speed and displays the logo with Alpha Channel. Every now and again I just play that intro just to watch it again. And then he has... You use guns against a dragon. That's just awesome. Yeah, it's fantastic. I'm glad I found my people here, people that enjoy this kind of shit, because I keep gushing on about that game and people just look at me weird sometimes. Oh, there's... Oh, medpack. That's great. We found a medpack on that guy. Let me put down a save. And we have to decide if we keep doing runs here or if we try to move on with the main mission, because we are very weak. We have Thor Karma. Shadowrun is a great universe. Not play these games, but have the more modern ones. I'm sure the modern ones are great. I believe there was like a mod for Shadowrun Returns called Jake's Story, which is supposed to be like a remake of the original SNES storyline, but I don't think they finished that one. I'll try to do more jobs. I'll put down a save again for safety and try to do more jobs. Top tier SNES game, it is. In a system full of amazingness. It's really amazing how that game really managed to like just exceed all the expectations for a system that was already chock full of good stuff. Modern ones are amazing. They were built to have fans make stories with tools. Yeah, that sounds awesome, really. I should play those one of these days, but first one is the biggest callback, it's not even the best one. Well, which one is the best one, in your opinion? The Hong Kong one? Second one has way better character writing. That's interesting to hear. I just learned while I was doing research for this that the story used on the original SNES Shadowrun was actually based on a book that is set in the Shadowrun universe called Never Deal with a Dragon. And I have to find a copy of that book in English sometime. You like Dragonfall? I think Dragonfall was the second and Hong Kong was the third. And then there is a side story, Boston something. Like each one more than the last one. I would suggest playing all three. Yeah, that's the order. Well, I got it right. I know I will definitely try to play those. It's just a shame there is no pen translation for the Sega CD one. It looks outstanding just looking at the screenshots. Let's try getting some work. The ghouls one. It's a good thing I put down a save. I want to try this one, but it is way too difficult. How many clips do I have? 7. Okay, let's try that mission again. This game has a very slow start. You start very weak. Maybe I made a mistake because I created a Decker instead of a Samurai, I think it calls the fighter class. But I really like hacking. Oh shit. Can't go into buildings if you're in combat. I believe there is a mod for the SNES one to enable a mouse for the cursor. I think that for most people that have never played it, dragging the cursor around with the D-pad is one of the biggest problems with how that game aged. I'm fine with it, but if anyone is interested in playing that game, you could try doing that. We're gonna have to use a med kit here. And a little bit more. These don't come with full uses, the ones that the enemies drop. Okay, that's fine. And in order. Hong Kong is great, probably the best, but the setting felt more interesting to me for Dragonfall. Okay, that's fair. And in order, the stories are mostly separate, but they refine the UI a little. Yeah, because if you go back, then you have to deal with the stuff that was refined. I agree, it's better to play. I usually try to play everything in order. I have like this huge spreadsheet of all games that'll die before I get to play, but I try to play everything in order whenever I can.
How did you get in here? I'm the locksmith. And I'm the locksmith.
Trashka, thank you for the follow. Enjoy the emotes. I do think Hong Kong is the best. Dragonfall is better than it for character writing. Sakura is again agreeing with that. Each of the three honestly has something they do better than the other two. Yeah, you guys feel like I really been missing out. I've been meaning to play those games like for 10 years now because I'm a big fan of Shadowrun in general. But I think we can all agree that the best Shadowrun game adaptation is the 2007 Shadowrun for Xbox 360. Freaking masterpiece. No one talks about it anymore. I'm sure that's the best one. Right? 100% GOAT game. Yeah, that's best Shadowrun ever. Man, what the hell were they thinking? Even back then, $60 for a weird, quirky, multiplayer only game was not a good idea. What a waste of a license. Biggest waste of a license ever since Wisdom Tree got a license for the Hellraiser movie. Yeah, we're gonna die here, I'm pretty sure. Ow. Oh, already almost dead. This is impossible. If we can kill this group, I swear to God I'm running out of here. I don't think we might not even have enough ammo for this. Yeah, game's probably why Shadowrun is picked up by big studios, yeah. Which is very unfair. Like, not just Shadowrun are being picked up by big studios, the entire... Let's have cyberpunk but with fantasy elements. I really wish there were more games with that. It seems like such an obvious thing to do. Should we make Cyberpunk 2077 or should we make The Witcher? Why not make both? It's a shame, really. I remember hearing about it back then and thinking, oh, finally, a Shadowrun game again. And I had a 360 at the time. And then I hear it was multiplayer only. Ah, come on. This is gonna be so good if you can survive. I'm gonna use medkits. I don't wanna risk it. This is gonna be very profitable. We do have enough ammo, I think. There we go. Now, run before more spawn. Otherwise we can't leave. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Good. I was so hyped when I heard about it. Yeah, I feel for you. I felt the same. That generally doesn't work out as well as you'd think. Really? That PvP Shadowrun is epic in its own way. It was the first PvP FPS game to be cross-platform between all the major consoles and PC. Monumental feat, but in a Blair game. Yeah, I saw people say that it made like very... How do I say? Can I... Oh, did I already get?
Schattenlauf.
Did I get paid for all that? I might have. Let me do some math. I got like 160, was 20 per. I did kill less than 8, so I think it did work actually. Yeah, let me save, buy some ammo. Try a little bit more. Yeah, but like I was gonna say, I saw a lot of people complaining back then that it did a lot of bad quick stuff that other multiplayer games had already figured out you shouldn't do in a multiplayer shooter. So it was pretty bad in that way. Wise Hickman, creators of Drizzt and a ton of D&D books, did a sci-fi fantasy series that had an amazing concept. 3 books were planned, the game was in development, it bombed so hard. Second book released to even worse sales, everything related is canned. Yeah, maybe there isn't much of... I didn't think about this actually, but maybe there isn't much of a crossover between fans of fantasy and futuristic cyberpunk, whatever. Yeah, which is a shame, I guess. Schattenlauf. I was into their Dragonlance series as a youngster. I've always heard that Dragonlance is really good. It's weird that I've always liked Dungeons and Dragons and games based on Dungeons and Dragons. When you start talking about stuff like Dragonlance and Ravenloft and all of those worlds that they have, specific D&D worlds and settings, I don't know anything about that. I just play the games and ignore the setting. If you ask me in which of those, like, Eye of the Beholder was set in, I have no idea. I finished that game. I could never, like, memorize what each game is based on. I assume some of the games are based on their own thing. Star Wars is a cross of fantasy and futuristic in its own way. Phantasy Star as well. Freaking loved Phantasy Star. I'm going to be playing a Dragonlance campaign in a number of weeks. Rather excited. You mean like full tabletop D&D stuff? I haven't played tabletop RPG in decades. Phantasy Star games had some incredible soundtracks. They did. Go show there's more to the IPs than blend sci-fi and fantasy and just that gimmick, right? One of the last few times I was playing, I was thinking about this before the scene. One of the last few times I played a tabletop RPG. Jump house to the motel. Okay, just have to carry a package. One of the last few times I did play, I was playing Vampire the Masquerade, late 2000s, I think. And we were playing at the dude's place. He lived in a student house in the university. On the ground floor, there was a window with a curtain that led straight to the sidewalk outside the building where people were walking by. And I'm just doing jobs in the background. to get some money while we talk. And we're playing, we're having fun. Group of like 5-6 people. And at some point they had killed the dude. And they had to deal with the body. And they tried to stuff the body inside a car trunk. And while they're like negotiating and discussing how to better deal with the body to hide it, I realized that I can hear steps of people walking outside the window, probably hearing the conversation going, what the fuck is going on in there? I didn't say anything to not break the mood, but people probably didn't understand much. Rat's Nest. Rat's Nest, I don't know where that is. And then I have to escort him to the Weapon Emporium. Let's play a tabletop RPG in person, maybe a decade or more, playing online a lot, however. I don't think I've ever played tabletops online. I was all in person, but don't have enough people nowadays. Now this is Jackal's Lantern. Rat's Nest, where would that be? There are a few shacks I couldn't get inside, like these ones, maybe one of these. Yeah, okay. And then you want to go here, I think? No, it was on the Weapon Emporium, here. Here we go, nice easy missions. And if you think that, oh, you talking about that stuff and people here outside the window, they'll realize it's a game that shouldn't be a problem. We have to understand that like a decade before this happened, I live in a very weird country. And we got like a guy that managed to whip up a media frenzy saying that Yu-Gi-Oh cards were being used for witchcraft and to summon the devil. And to this day you can still find reports from people that were kids back then that had Yu-Gi-Oh cards where their parents made them burn all the cards because they were afraid of the devil and that kind of stuff. And I do remember in the 90s like reading about news of like, oh, these people were doing a cult called RPG and they were sacrificing children. And I swear to God, people did believe that stuff back then. You could not talk you liked RPG out loud, you had to be careful. And people lost their Yu-Gi-Oh cards, it's still traumatized. It's funny to see people talking about it. Because they're still like, oh, I had a bunch of cards, my mom made me burn all of them. Okay, this is the ghouls mission, I'll try it again. I can get some extra money. That would be so painful. You got into D&D in the 80s, peak of the satanic panic. Yeah, I just got here really late. And people really thought, like, there were cases where people were being killed in a, like, cultist ways, I guess, like ritualistic, you should say. And people just said it was because of RPG. Interest shifted before I lost friends to do that with. I got more into tabletop games, you should to like the strategy more than the storytelling. Happy open going back if the spirit ever moves me though. Yeah, I think the hardest part is actually finding people to play with. And the time and the schedule that works for everyone. Yeah, enjoy your looking. What the fuck, can we cancel? No, we can't. Shit. Okay, load the previous save. We don't want to go into the next city just yet. Yeah, that ghoul mission is... Okay, how much money do I have? Not enough to buy anything. I'm gonna make sure I can't buy anything. Otherwise I'll try to move on with the mission. Farming money here is just too freaking slow. We can almost buy a better gun. I'm not gonna buy a better armor, but I can buy a better gun. Come on. Just one more mission. I swear. Late 80s to mid 90s when I played heavily. Late 90s I played light, was getting out of it. I played some Dungeons and Dragons, I played some Vampire the Masquerade, and I played some GURPS. I freaking loved GURPS. No one remembers it, no one talks about it anymore. I don't think are there any games made using the GURPS system? Freaking love the damn thing.
I'm the locksmith. And I'm the locksmith.
Thank you for the follow, Jane Lives. Enjoy the free emotes. I have to grab him from the rat's nest and take him to the Hollywood thing. And this is enough money to buy a bear gun. And then we can move on. I remember GURPS. Fallout was GURPS till Steve Jackson got upset at how violent it was. Is it GURPS? Because they never mention GURPS anywhere. But yeah, the system is very similar now that you mention it. I had like... no, not here. I had GURPS Fantasy, of course. It was fantastic. I had GURPS Supers, which was freaking awesome. How you could build superheroes, all these systems for building superheroes. And I had GURPS Time Travel, which was like one of the most amazing reads I had as a kid. You didn't even have to play the game. How much money do I have? If I get a little bit more, I can buy the second gun, actually. Yeah, they made their own system in 2 weeks. Oh, so they were going to be GURPS. Right. That's interesting. I didn't know that, Sakura. That's a very interesting piece of information. I should know that. I love Fallout. I've played and finished 1, 2, 3 and New Vegas. I only need to play 4 now. I had a necromancer in GURPS who raised undead insects. That sounds awesome. You already don't like the bugs, but then there are also zombies. And they just fly into your mouth. I made up the superhero game our group played most based on Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. That sounds amazing. It was the fastest classic rules-heavy system I've ever played. I've never... The thing about Warhammer is that I see everyone talk about it and they have like a fantasy tabletop RPG thing, they have a miniature futuristic fighting thing, they have a truckload of video games and books. I don't know where to start with Warhammer, so I've never done or read anything about it. It looks awesome, but I really don't know. Little Chiba from there, I didn't see, but it should be on my logbook. Current run, Little Chiba and Jump House. Okay. Mine with skeleton bugs, rather exoskeleton bugs. That's a very good, how do you say, difference to point out. They have to be exoskeleton bugs because they're arthropods. So that's an amazing type of animated skeleton, really. Usually when people talk Warhammer, they're talking minis games. Yeah, those are the ones with the miniatures that people paint, and apparently there is a game that you play with painted miniatures. I know nothing about it. It looks expensive, so I know nothing about it. Are there any? Because I know there are like 500 different games based on Warhammer license. Are there any Warhammer games that are like the miniatures? And you get to like put the miniatures and play by the mini rules, whatever they are. It was slow moving. I always see the memes of people just stopping the gameplay every 5 seconds to check rules. Alright, do we have enough money? We should have enough money to buy a better gun. Also doing a little City of Heroes Homecoming special stream this week. Oh man, that was the best MMORPG I've ever played, City of Heroes and City of Villains. I heard that they finally sorted out that bullshit with the private servers, but I haven't bothered. Okay, so I have to assume the 350 gun is the better one. Wait, American L36, isn't that the one I have? It is. Right. Wait, if we can sell it for 150, that would leave us with like almost 550. Oh, so we can buy this one. If you want to start with Warhammer, start with lore YouTubes. Yeah, I think I've gotten that suggestion before. Start Fantasy for 4K. 4K the future has the problem so much tech built on so much that they kind of gone back into the dark ages. Yeah, I think I have like got that from people talking about it. It's been around several years now. They just got official approval. Really sucker. I should go back into that. I freaking loved CFTR Heroes. I have fantasy role playing is nothing like that. It's just a regular paper and pencil tabletop RPG. Plays faster than either of those by a lot. And they are completely different. Yeah, I'm very familiar with tabletop RPGs, but not with minis at all. Man, I'm really tempted to just farm a little bit more. Because I can sell that gun. So I can skip a bunch of... I'm gonna do it, chat. I hope you guys are okay with some farming. Just a little bit. I swear I'll move on. We can get better gun.
Schattenlaub.
Stokers... Okay, motel, then jump house. Yep, very easy stuff.
Schattenlaub.
So my superhero game was based off the Warhammer role-playing game, then other minis battle games. Didn't mean to derail into minis, right? Because then it becomes its own thing, right? And it's become too complicated to deal with. I remember that we had like these miniatures that I don't know where we got them from, like generic miniatures, and we had like one of those like generic Scrabble clones. So we had like a board with squares, and we just like put up
Schattenlaub.
rulers and pencils to make up walls, and we just for the combat of the tabletop RPG just have like a grid that we could position the characters around. Because one of this was when I was playing with my brother, it was just the two of us. So basically we shared the Dungeon Master role, and each one controlled like 3 or 4 characters. So it was more like strategy than anything else. Motel and Halloweeners. Okay. Ooh, $60. Some of the weirdest tabletop RPG that I've played. I only realized it much later that we were playing like 4 characters each, no dedicated Dungeon Master. It's still a lot of fun. Yeah, that's what's important. People I used to play Vampire the Masquerade with, they ran the craziest campaigns. Just like really off-the-wall homebrew stuff. Always had a lot of fun with that. I had TSR minis, they were slightly smaller scale than Warhammer ones, and they were actual metal. They were much higher quality sculpts and materials, they were like 10 for 15 bucks, that sounds great, like a great deal. Yeah, no, I think that you don't need to know anything about Warhammer to know that they absolutely milk everyone out of their money. Okay. Now we have nearly 500. If I sell this, I'll have nearly 650. Oh, the best weapon is 675. Okay, just one more mission, chat. One more mission. Sorry, it's just one more mission. 90% plus homebrew. I don't think a module can be that comprehensive. Yeah, I feel like playing modules, like I started with just like pre-made adventures. We had a magazine here in Brazil called Brazil Dragon, I think it was called. And they did sometimes come up with like pre-made adventures. It's like very good way to get started, but you really quickly want to just get into your own homemade stuff. Okay, weapon to greenhouse. Alright. Weapon to greenhouse, don't forget. Honestly, Warhammer is not good enough to milk an expensive IP cost from. It's good, just not that good. Yeah, well, that's all they have, so as long as people are coughing up the money, they'll just gonna keep leaning on it. It's free real estate. Oh shit! That dude almost killed us. Okay, we need to deliver this, but I don't want to engage in a fight. I don't want to spend clips before I get next weapon. And this is like the last mission, so I'm sure I can just lose the guy and complete the mission. There we go. Modules are also good if you don't have time to plan an adventure, but since we're kids we had loads of time. Right, the thing about homebrew stuff is that you don't have to do the entire thing. You can just be like, okay, I have the story planned for... Oh shit. Come on guy, come on here. And stay here while I'll buy a better gun to kill you with. You don't have to plan everything, have the entire module ready. You can just like... This is the part of the story for today, this should last us like the 4 hours that our session is gonna have. And then I'll think later on how to progress the story. Just have a general overarching idea. And then you can have like really large, meaty, epic episodes. They are designed specifically for one play session. Okay, let's sell this. And now let's buy this. Also satisfying. Best gun. Predator heavy pistol. Ah, delicious, delicious weapons and clips. Let's go, we can move on with the game now. Actually, I don't know if we can, I don't know if the taxi is free. Hold on, where do we have to go? We have to go to Puya. There's a guy coming up. I'm reading. Can you wait for me to read? Thank you. I have to go to Puyallup Barrens. I have to go to the inn and talk to a girl named Tabitha. I love that weapon. It's good. It's really good. Look how good it looks. Look at the pixel art. It's a meaty, heavy gun. You can tell that it is heavy. Like some unbalanced shit. Meanwhile, our dude is holding a keyboard. I love that. Okay, equip. Yeah, boy. Let's go. How many clips? 7 clips. Very Blade Runner style it is. I didn't want to say anything until you made your choice. Yeah, I just went for the most expensive one, but it looks fantastic. And that's like half the fight. I think we can't save because we are technically in combat. Let's reload. 3 shots, all on target. 15 bullets on a single clip. I'm happy. Are you guys happy? I'm very happy. Okay, let's see if we can get to Puyallup Barrens. That's a weird name. I'm sure that's an actual place that exists. And look at how good this looks, man. World map. Okay, so we have to go to Puyallup Barrens. It's outside of the main city. Is it free? Yeah, it is awesome, Lucy Fate. Look at this. I feel like this is gonna blow up at any second, like Akira style. Just by the way it looks. Okay, is it free, my friend? You need a ride? Yeah? Yeah, say I wanna get to the Puyallup Barrens, that's a little out of my way, chum. It'll cost you 14 million to get there, how about it? I don't have that money. Okay. What I'm gonna do now, since I got such a baller gun, I'm gonna farm the... I'm gonna like refresh the mission giver until he gives us the ghouls mission, because I'm pretty sure I can do it now. Oh god, all the shots connect. I spoke too soon. Okay, that's fine. It's fine, Chad, it's fine. It's framed like Akira right before the bomb, exactly, that's why it reminds me of it.
Schattenlauf.
Now that I have more people in chat, is the woman saying
Schattenlauf.
shut your mouth? Oh, ghouls, we got the ghouls mission. Right on, that's what we wanted. Let's go in, let's waste some ghouls, now we have a good weapon. And she doesn't sound really sure. Shut your mouth. I like... Having like speech in these games took up so much space on the cartridge. So it feels like very extra to have that. Not complaining, just... weird priorities, I guess. Shit! Reload. We don't want to go to Seattle just yet. Not ready for this. It says Shot in Love, which is German for Shadowrun. Thank you so much, Trash Cat, for that information. I feel a lot better now. As a kid, I always thought it was saying Satin Love. Satin Love. Yeah. Well, they're both better than Shut Your Mouth. But yeah, if it says Shut in Love, which is Shadowrun in German, that's fantastic. Okay, I'm not gonna farm missions, I just want to get enough money for the cab.
Schattenlauf.
Weapon to nuke plant. Okay, let's go. By the way, we can level up, right? We can level up a truckload, holy shit. It was from the gun emporium to the nuclear plant. I keep forgetting these details. Man, gotta love when you have people in chat to give you all the nice meaty lore details. Because I like to play these games completely, like, first playthrough not knowing anything about them, but then you don't know a bunch of stuff like that. I never read manuals on the first stream either. I try to figure out without the manual first. Shit. We can upgrade quickness so we can move faster and shoot faster. And we can upgrade firearms so we can do better with our guns. It's gonna cost money, so maybe... Karma screen. Okay, so quickness determines movement and attack speed. That's what we need. Increases combat and cyber combat success. So like it's like the only thing you want almost. So yeah, I want one of these, and I'm gonna get one firearms. And that's good. Okay, we got full health and mental. We can save the game again. Do we have enough money for the taxi? We do. Let's move on with the game. Yeah, we are moving faster. Holy shit. It's gonna make things a lot easier. 40 bucks. was expecting some animation with the taxi gunning on the road. That was disappointing a little bit. Okay, so we are at the bottom right corner. What is this? Oh, it's an abandoned warehouse. Okay, we're not going in here. Not very healthy for us. Let me refresh the save. Let's explore this place. Okay, this is nothing. Entering a deserted store, you see an orc gang member playing with a switchblade. You're on dangerous ground, chummer. This is the orc's home turf. I'm looking for some information. What do you want to know? Tell me about the Halloweeners, right? We talked to the Halloweeners they hate. They think they keep the orcs in line. The winners own the Redmond Barons. They are errand boys for the Yakuza. When they come over here, we like to give them a nice welcome. Here. Tell me about the I-5ers. Stupid go-gangers. They are too small-minded to grab some turf to call their own, so they just ride the highways, making life miserable for all of us. Thanks for the info, chump. Later, chump. Alright, everyone hates the I-5ers. And apparently the Yakuza are a thing. Are you guys attacking me? You are. Ah, much better. Holy shit, what an improvement. A few skill points and a new weapon do a difference. I'll talk to you later. So this door is the same thing. Broken down van. Another unmarked building. Goals again. So I'm out of here. The other one didn't say anything about ghouls. I'm starting to think that maybe there is something there. Ahead of you is a man lying on the street. He seems to be hurt badly. You notice a surprising lack of blood for somebody who appears to be in as much pain as this man. I'm gonna regret this. I'm gonna give him first aid. As you bend down to start first aid, the man's eye flash red and you catch a glint of fangs as he hisses at you. With supernatural agility, he attacks. Okay, can we just... Okay, much better now. Oh, that's a nice music. Okay, I'm gonna put down a save. I'm not gonna go in here because I'm curious. Do I have ammo to go anywhere dangerous, actually? 5 clips, maybe I can. Okay, let's see. This has the same design as the warehouse on the previous area. I just didn't explore it fully because ghouls kept spawning. This one doesn't say anything about ghouls when you go in, so maybe there... Oh, I see one there. Okay, I regret some of my decisions. Not all of them. This is going so much smoother now. And so there isn't anything on these. They're just farming grounds. There we go, nice. Almost explosive weapon here. Makes a nice small explosion when it hits the target. Alright, let's... we can exit. Okay. Let's go to the second row of buildings. This is a place, one of those medical modification places, I think. Based on the icon on the outside sign of the door. Alright, let's go in. This is one of those Dr. Bob Quick Stitch clinics, also known as Reaper clinics. Right, they were called Reaper clinics on the SNES Shadowrun. These places are good for quick patch-ups. You walk up to the attending nurse. I'm in need of your services. Please step this way. And they do also have cyberware. It looks like the same cyberware as the other one. All very expensive, except for this one, which we already have. I think we started with it. Right, data jack. Pretty sure we already have a data jack. I think that's the only, yeah, it's the only one we have. Alright, let's keep exploring. This is a bar, so there must be a Mr. Johnson, I think they call the guys that give missions. This is the Wanderer. This fairly quiet bar averages about one fight every 3 hours. Sounds good. This guy you can probably hire. Tired dwarf with a data jack in his head looks up at you. What do you want? Yeah, you can hire him. No sweat, chump. Good luck in your struggles. Yeah, dude just walks around with a keyboard, just like we do. Let's talk to the Mr. Johnson. This Mr. Johnson is obviously well-to-do. He's dressed to kill in a custom-tailored suit. The jewelry on his wrist appears worth more than you'll ever have. His personal bodyguard looks like something from a bad dream. Let me introduce myself. I'm Vigor. My friend here you can call Jarl, I guess. My employer is funding me to see how lucrative this Mr. Johnson thing can be. With his generous financial support, my percentages tend to be better than most. I take a real interest in making sure that deals are well financed. It's better for business in the long run. Are you interested in a little action? Come back when you need my services again. I'm gonna put down a save outside and pick up a mission, see how it goes, because we don't know how the difficulty is gonna be in this new area. So let me put down a save. Grab a mission, see how well we do. Still have to find somewhere to buy ammo. Looking for some work. Igor rubs his hands together and looks you in the eyes. This little run should not be so hard. My employer has every bit of confidence in you, and so do I. My comp shows a moderate matrix run to be contracted. Nice! I wanted to do some of these. My client wants his management records updated. Upload this file to record a substantial raise and log extra vacation time for him. Return here to collect payment when this has been accomplished. 3,000! I've loaded a recognition program and passcode into your deck. Thanks, my friend, and good luck. Holy shit! 3,000? Is this doable? I don't know yet how the... Oh, here's where I can buy ammo. I don't know very well how those matrix runs work, but we are a decker, so it should work out much better than... Jeez, where are the computers? It should work out much better than the gunning missions. Let's go to cyberspace.
Accepted.
Okay. I'm gonna start with... I actually don't need this. I'm gonna bring this. And this. Deck stats. Running for data store. Management files. Action upload file. Okay. Let's go into cyberspace!
Passcode rejected. Passcode accepted.
Success. Okay. We just messed ourselves into it. Let's enter the system. We have one SM which opens up to more areas. Can we mask?
Passcode rejected.
Failure. We will attack if we have to.
Passcode rejected.
Oh, not in combat. Okay, so we just start attacking it.
Alert.
Passive alert.
Passcode
Not in
rejected.
combat.
Active alert.
Yeah, this is harder. We haven't gotten to active alert before. So this is a higher level. Oh, for 3000 million it has to be harder. And he keeps evading. Can we mask? Not in combat, it says. Man, this thing is hard to hit. Ah, come on, man. The other ones were so easy. Technically, quickness improves our hacking attacks. Okay, hold on. Let me take this out. And this out, and let me see if I can analyze anything. Confuse. It's taking a while to recharge. Oh, there we go. Scanning. Resisted scanning. Try again. Really? And then you just fail. Yeah, I think we did hit it at first. At least once. Yeah, this might be too difficult for us. Is there anything else we can do over here? Items you have in storage. We don't have anything in storage. Right, we are there. There's no point in retreating. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to reload. I don't think we can actually do this mission. Which is a shame. We wanted to do some of these. Unless we can, like, upgrade our computer stuff. Increases success in cyber combat and the operation of nodes. But they only have 2 karma. Okay, let's check the next. Let's buy some ammo. Take a quick look at the weapons we can buy. Oh, this is a magic shop. A withered old crone with only 3 teeth in her mouth stands behind the counter. I've magic like you've never seen, boyo. Come closer and look at my wares. Okay, so we can't buy. We do not have the necessary training to use these items. Magical device that enhances combat ability for the user. Holy shit, these are expensive. We can buy a fetish. It absorbs drain from the casting of a spell. Nah, where I come from, fetishes are free. Yeah, I don't know. None of this is stuff we can use for anything. So let's keep exploring. That's a binary number. Or it looks like one. So this should have weapons. This abandoned mall was looted into desolation long ago. Now criminals have set up shop in the vacant storefronts to fence their wares. Lone Star regularly raids the place, but it's usually only the customers who get nabbed. Okay, let's take a look at the weapons and equipment. You head towards the weapon stalls. The proprietor's lumpy overcoat seems to be concealing more arms than are displayed. Oh, he has some SMGs. Very expensive. Really nice. Look at this with all the accessories. This SMG is most favored with corp security. It is illegal. Mad damage, medium power. The name of the shop is Crime Mall. We have an AK-97. It's a common Soviet SMG carbine. It is illegal. Everything is illegal here. Shotguns. Armor. 10,000. Illegal military bodysuit. Can conceal illegal weapons. Right, so maybe if you have illegal stuff, you can get into trouble with Lone Star. You can buy clips. They are more expensive here. Shit. Legal key that can open. That's a very expensive. Everything is expensive. Okay. Software and hardware. You approach a sickly pale elf with an old SimSense unit strapped to the base of his skull. Eventually, his eyes focus at some point close to where you are standing. He drowns out a monotone sales pitch as he shows you his collection. Oh, we can buy these. Interesting. So these have higher levels, like, of course, most of these we don't even have. But the ones we do are all level 1, I would assume. Oh, better cyber decks, so you can install more stuff. Interesting. 250,000. Holy shit. Cyber deck upgrades. Okay. Can I take a quick look at the... I think we can't look at our levels for our stuff. Cyber deck. Oh, we can. Okay. Does it say the level anywhere? Analyze 2, Deception 2, Attack 3, Medic 1. Right. We'll probably start with higher level stuff because we picked a decker. Is this the end? No, there's more stuff up there. Holy shit, that's a large area. Spawn more orc people. Underground 93 is known as the wildest bar in the sprawl. A troll bouncer screens the clientele and tosses anyone who gives him lip. I'd like to go in. 110, don't know you. Give me 100 creds and then you get in. Gonna pay? No. Leave now, before you get raw for you. Come back when have good rep. Yes, sir. As long as we don't get in combat. Right, I don't think this is... We want to go to the inn, not a bar. Oh, this is a regular weapon shop. They tell me to just go to the other one. Why? Yeah, they just tell me to go to the other one. Yeah. I'm gonna have to stock up on ammo on the other one because it's a lot more expensive over here. This is the inn, so I assume this is the place we have to go to actually. What is this? You enter the Tarislar Garden Apartments. You are greeted by elves carrying submachine guns. One of the elves points the weapon at your face. I don't like that. I don't think you have any business here, do you, chummer? Thinking over how quickly they could cut you to ribbons, you agree you don't have any reason to be here and quickly leave. Smart move. Let's see if we can talk to Samantha. First, last building. Oh, go ghouls. It's a ghouls building. Abandoned farming spot. It's just annoying to try to farm with very limited ammo. Okay, let's see if we can progress the game story. The Tarislar City Inn, is that the one? It is Tarislar City Inn. Carries mostly to elves, as the word Tarislar is elvish for remembrance. Despite its rundown appearance, this apartment has a great rep for being the safest place to stay in the Barrens. Grab some water. Okay, so I'm not gonna stay here, it's probably too expensive, but I'm gonna ask if, do you have a tenant named Tabitha Shale, which is who I came here looking for. Tabitha Shale? Yeah, she's here. She's been locked in her room for days and won't let anybody in, even to clean up.
Who are you and how did you get in here?
I'm the locksmith. And I'm the locksmith.
Was it fate? Thank you so much for the follow. Enjoy the free emotes. And yeah, thank you for helping with my follower goal. It's gonna be a while, but every little bit helps a lot. Really appreciate it. Thank you. If you think you can talk some sense into her, be my guest. Nice follower alert. You should see the... I have 2 emotes with Leslie Nielsen. Freaking love the guy, but yeah, I love that alert. So let's talk to her. We're gonna tell her we are Michael's brother. And she should open the door and tell us what happened. The manager connects you to her room via the vid phone. The screen remains blank, but the woman's weary voice identifies itself as Tabitha. Words stumble from your mouth in a desperate rush to convince Tabitha of your sincerity. After some deliberation, she concedes that you are Michael's brother and agrees to let you enter her apartment. Nice portrait. Tabitha Shale opens the door as you arrive. She looks as if she hasn't slept in a week. Yeah, probably after the ambush that killed everyone, including Michael. She invites you in, but her eyes nervously dart around the room. Tell me about Michael's last Shadowrun. I don't know that much about it. We were hired by an unknown Mr. Johnson through Caleb to track down a location in Shaded Shide. Let me just take note of the name of the place. In case I'm sure the important bits are in the journal, but I don't want to get stuck in the game, so better take some notes. I backed out when he made the offer, so I wasn't included in the deal. Michael said one stop at Erasco's and he'd be set. Okay. So there was a stop at Erasco's. You know, Caleb's not our normal Johnson. We usually use a Johnson named Mortimer Reed. He sets up in the Penumbra district, in a restaurant called the Big Rhino. Okay, so Caleb not usual Johnson. And the actual Johnson is called Mortimer Reed. I'm not gonna write their full name, that would take too long. And he is in the Big Rhino on the Penumbra district. Okay, what can you tell me about Caleb Brightmore? He's a Johnson Michael and I used a couple of times. I don't trust him, though. Who knows what those elves are up to anyway? You might find him at Icarus Descending. That's where we always met him. Okay. He is at Icarus Descending. Icarus Descending. Hello, Absentia. How's it going, my friend? Nice to have you here. It's been a while. And who's this guy, Erasco? Boris Zero Skulls is a small-time fixer who works out of abandoned greenhouse in Redmond. Oh! Zero Skull is the greenhouse guy. Okay. Anything for a buck. That's Boris. He was probably the last person in the sprawl to see Michael alive. Can we sign her up for free? No way, Ace. I loved Michael, but I don't plan on joining him. Somebody powerful wanted Michael's team out of the way. I don't want any part of something that large. Fair? As if on cue, the door to the room explodes inward, leaving you momentarily stunned. A flash of automatic gunfire rakes Tabitha through the obscuring smoke and sends you diving for cover. Holy shit! Look at this guy's face. As the swarm of bullets abates, you leap to your feet. Surging forward through the thick cloud, you catch a glimpse of a figure in red and black disappearing down the corridor. You rush back into Tabitha's room, but there are no signs of life. You notice a holopix among her scattered belongings and pick it up. Holopix David William Allfeather, Sally Sheet Ranges Wilderness Patrol. Alright, that was very eventful. Put down a save. Can we look at the holopixes? Right, we can't look at them, but yeah. The doctor at the general hospital. Kelly Brightstone. That's who sent the thing to Shelly Sheedy. I don't think I need to take notes actually. Tabitha speculates that Boris Zero Skull was the last person to see Michael. Okay, I can talk to him. Mr. Johnson's Mr. Gunderson. Big Rhino, we haven't talked to him yet. Vigor Nyal, mid-level. Yeah, this is the one that gave us the current mission that we can't really do. Caleb Brightmore is an upper-level Johnson, specializes in Matrix runs. Very good to know. Anything else? Shadowrunners, we have Ricky. It's a rat shaman and a decker. Both dwarves. Interesting. Alright, now we need to figure out how do we level up a bit so we can... Ah, shit. Do we have money to go back? We do. Maybe we should go back. Missions in here are too hard. And ammo here is too expensive. And we don't have enough karma to level up our computer skills. I can try again, but I don't think we're gonna be doing any better. Let me see.
Passcode accepted.
Let me remove this one, let me add this and this. Go into cyberspace!
Passcode rejected. Passcode rejected. Passcode rejected. Passcode rejected.
It did work on the first time before.
Passcode rejected.
We can make it work.
Passcode rejected.
Come on.
Passcode rejected.
Seriously?
Passcode rejected.
We did get it on the...
Passcode rejected. Passcode rejected.
Really? I'm gonna try one more.
Accepted.
Oh, and it goes. Alright, we're in. We have to go through this access point here first. There's no alert yet, so maybe we can just try to keep masking.
Passcode rejected.
And maybe it will work eventually.
Rejected. Passcode rejected. Passcode rejected. Password alert.
Oh, we got alert already.
Passcode rejected. Passcode rejected. Passcode rejected. Passcode Rejected.
Yeah, I don't know if we can do this
Rejected.
with the level we have. It says not in combat, so I think you cannot succeed on this one. So let's try attacking a little bit. See if we can get any attacks to hit. I don't.
Alert.
They have an active alert, so I don't think we can do this mission without better shit. Okay, let's see if we can get an easier mission from these same guys. Oh no, not here. So further to the left, maybe? No. Further down? Yeah, it's gonna take me a while to memorize all of these. Yeah, it's in here. All of these areas. Looking for some work. Wish to nullify? Yes. Disappointing, but I guess drag happens. Let's see if I can find something more your speed. Ranraku offices in the Ranraku Archaeology. A package was taken from a courier of mine. Get the package, bring it back to me. Man, we won't have enough money for the cab. But I'll try going. That's a lot of... That's a lot of money, holy shit. If we can get there and back alive. Right, let me put down a save and see how this goes. It might have been like better to farm some money elsewhere before going for this, just so we have enough money to go back and forth, but we'll see. We're in Ranraku Archaeology. You need a ride. 20. Well, if it is just 20, we can make it. Okay, now we have to go somewhere called Ranraku offices. Okay. What's the name of this place? Merlin's Lore. Nope, this is magic. Microtronics for the Sirius Decker. Frag grenade. Is the place where Ranraku employees go to blow off steam. Things can get rough in here. A fight is happening now. You accidentally draw attention and become involved. Is this automatic death? No, not automatic. Can I fight back actually? Oh, these guys aren't so bad. Okay. Okay, but that's not where we want to go. We want to the Ranraku offices. Is this it? Wire Masters. Can we? We can. It's just not smart. A company man storms up to you. Hey, you can't get away with this. Don't think I don't recognize you. Let's talk to him. All at once the man snaps. He reaches into his coat and pulls out a gun. Okay. Okay, let's try that again. This game can be very rough. It doesn't do any hand holding, that's for sure. Which is fine. It's surprisingly more difficult than the SNES version. So let's skip all of these. No, I don't want the grenades. And I can't afford them anyway. Weapons world. Alright, Absentia. So let's go up. This looks fancy. You give him a quick jab in the solar plexus, he drops wheezing. What? You walk into a reception area, single out a lone suit standing off to the side. You give him a quick jab in the solar plexus and he drops, wheezing and clutching his chest. I think this is us trying to pick up the package in some coded kind of way. You yell something about a heart attack and slip into the offices in the confusion. I hope it'll be just as easy to find that package and get out. Oh. So it isn't just picking up the package. Goody! Since you don't have a badge, you have to come up with something else. Talk your way out. You try a lame story. You realize this isn't going to work about the time he attacks. Okay, we cannot do any of these missions. Never mind everything. Just... I thought it was just picking up stuff. Alright. So we have to try and go back. Shit. Yeah, these missions pay way too much for us. A flustered woman passes by you. A moment later, a grungy man passes in pursuit of the woman. It appears he's some sort of law official chasing a suspect. I'm gonna attack. Yeah, screw the law. Lone Star undercover. On the ground now, punk, or die. The Lone Star agent pulls a gun just as his backup appears. Oh, he has backup. Okay, comply. Keeping your cool, you answer all of their questions convincingly. Finally, Lone Star continues on its way. Yeah, we would need to level up a bunch to be able to do those missions from over here. We have 3 karma, it's not enough for anything. Okay, if we were to like continue the game, we would get enough money to talk to Boris. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go back to the previous area where Boris is. I'm gonna get enough money to talk to him. And yeah, let's see how that goes. Okay, I had to press a button to continue. Okay, let's get enough missions to... Maybe we can... How many clips do we have? 4. Maybe we can like reject missions until we get the ghoul mission that pays more. Let's see if that works. I'm looking for some work. You're currently under contract. Come back. Okay, we have... Ah, shit. Now we have to go back just to cancel, and we don't have enough money to go back and cancel. Okay, I'm gonna kill some ghouls on my own. And maybe they drop enough cash to solve these immediate problems. Can I kill random people? Should I kill random people? Probably not. Okay, time to farm a bit, I guess. Come on. Coming here, this is safer for me. So I would much prefer if you guys came over here instead of me going after you. How much is that actually? Oh, that's enough to go back already, but I'm just gonna... Oh, right, I want to stay in this area. It's safer. I know I could like get enough money to go back and cancel the previous contract, but I also have to buy ammo. Man, maybe playing a samurai would have been a much better choice. We wouldn't have to even bother with melee stuff, maybe. With ammo. Just melee everything. 2 more clips. Well, these guys might be giving me a bunch of karma actually. I got 1 already. Okay, these are just for the karma. They don't drop any money. Shit. This game is gonna... It's gonna take me some effort. Which is fine. No stranger to putting in the work and grinding. It's a lot harder than the SNES game. But I do enjoy how the game looks. And it controls, I mean, it controls a lot better. Because you don't have to drag a cursor with the D-pad. Which is objectively bad. Where is everyone? Alright. Let me see if I can do some safer farming this time around. Shit. Don't take damage like that. Yeah, I can't be locked into a corner. Yeah, I would need to also buy a better armor. Because I die very, very quickly. Couple of punches. I have to be able to handle the fact that I'm getting a little bit impatient. Because I just want to kill more and get on with it. But then if you get impatient and you die to dumb stuff. Just keep your distance. Just like train the enemies around corners and stuff. Try to be smart about it. Fail, try again. This guy does a lot of damage. Okay, that was risky. I only have one clip left, I believe. Let me make sure I have at least... No, I have two. Okay. You know that maybe I should hire some people. It'll probably make these a lot easier. From talking to one of them, I get the impression that you can hire them from a single run, or you can hire them until they die. It's two separate prices. And it's cheaper than some of the other upgrades you can get. I think the first guy we found was like 1300 for a full time hire. Come on, guys. I can't farm properly if you don't spawn. Just be a darling and spawn for me, will you? That's a lot. Okay, I have to dance with them properly. This can be a very good farm if I am careful about it. Shit. There you go. Okay, time to leave. Good farm, good farm. Now let's go. Before they block my exit. There we go. Put down a save. And how much money do I have? Okay, we can go back and forth. Or we can just talk to the guy. I'm thinking of going back and forth. So I can pick up missions and make more money again. Yeah, I only have one clip as well. I have 4 karma. I wonder if we can upgrade computer once and that would be enough. Yeah, probably not. If we just talk to the guy, we're not gonna have any money for more clips. I wish all of the enemies dropped some money. What do I do? I think the safe thing to do, it's a boring thing, because we can't do the missions on the other region. We can't do them here unless we cancel. If we talk to the guy, we can't afford doing anything. We're gonna run out of ammo. And we'll not even have a way to make more money. So yeah, I have to go in, cancel the mission, come back, and then resume farming. I think it was right north of this. Nope. No. Where was it? Not this. Oh, no, this is an abandoned building. Shit, where is the guy? It has to be on a lower road. Here? Yeah. Now we can cancel the contract. Yeah. Same mission as before. We can't do this. Nope, that's a lot of money, but I can't. Cannot. So now we are free of obligation from this guy. Welcome back, Absentia. And now we can spend more money to head back and then try to resume farming normally and rebuy the clips for more ammo so we can farm better, continue to farm, I guess. Yeah, we can make money without ammo now because we can have some of these missions. I cannot pick the ghoul mission right now because I don't have ammo for it. From Ares to Halloweeners. Alright, I'm gonna have to do a bunch of these. I could try upgrading my negotiation skill to make more money out of these missions. I think in the long run it would be like the better investment. Make the game move up a lot faster in the long run. Since we need so much money for so much stuff. I wonder if we can. It doesn't say how much you need to upgrade it. But we have 5. It's gonna be 6 at maximum. So I'll do a few more missions and I'm gonna try doing that. So yeah, for this game we're in for the long haul, which is something I was a little bit worried because that means I have more dead air to fill. Not very good with that. Jack-lantern to motel. Yeah, 60 bucks, that's decent. Jack-lantern, I believe, is right here. Correct. Of course, the motel is here. Do these give me karma? They do! These missions give me karma. Alright, I'm gonna improve negotiations so we can make more money overall. Karma screen. We get negotiation. It costs 6 to upgrade. And computer costs 8 because it's a level further, but okay. Repetition is always also interesting. I'm gonna go with negotiation to make more money. It influences buying and selling, so it probably improves buying things as well. So yeah, we have to invest into this early in the game, I'm sure. Okay, I'm gonna spend all the money I can on ammo. Not a lot, but it's gonna carry us over a little bit. Okay. And let's see how much more money we are making with better negotiation. Looking for some work. Greenhouse to nuke plant. Yeah, from 40 to 55, not bad. Just the initial offer that is weak. Let me take a look again. We have 0 karma. Greenhouse to nuke plant. I stepped out and just heard you shooting, then you were like, better negotiation. Well, better negotiation through bullets, always a valid method. A sudden disturbance up ahead. You clip someone taking a picture with a holocam. The person quickly disappears into the crowd. Okay, it's the second time someone stops to take my picture. I should start charging for those. Always make sure my feet are never bare. No, not here. Nuke plant is to the left. But we do a lot of negotiation with guns over here. It has been working out really well. We need to farm this area, if at least for the bullets. And then we need to talk to Boris. Do charges just to talk to you. Little Chiba, Rat's Nest. I should have negotiated for something better. Yeah, maybe something I have to do, just refuse until we get a better deal. Is this a little Chiba? Yeah. No, I don't want grenades. Rat's Nest is one of these. Or either of these. Maybe they're all the same. It still has cordoned off by the Lone Star. And yeah, I do realize this part is boring. I remember the SNES Shadowrun, like it started really fast, you just hit the ground running. It was really lots of awesome linear storytelling. And then it went into a part, okay, we need to have some grinding and farming. And then you would be stuck in a junkyard, having to farm people for money on karma before you could buy better weapons and fight in an arena before you could get out. It was like 1-2 hours of gameplay just killing the same people over and over again. Motel to Little Chiba. Oh, that's a much better payout, okay. This game is leaning a lot harder into the whole Shadowrun thing of just doing missions, which is actually good. Was it too little Chiba? Yeah. Okay, are we getting karma? Yeah, we have 3. We have money, 177. I'm gonna talk to the guy. I think he only charges 100 to talk to him. Must be a lawyer. What are we leveling next? I would like to keep leveling negotiation to get more money, to spend less money, but that sounds boring. I would like to maybe put a bunch of points in computers until we can get to do those missions that give us like 3,000 Nuyen. I don't know how much you need in terms of computer skill. Right now we can't do anything. So yeah, I'm strongly leaning towards computers, which would require 8 karma. Come on in, just lot your cred stick before we start talking. Time is money, Chan. I'm looking for some information. 500 for all of it. Okay, so for the actual stuff that we need to know, because let me check the journal here. Boris Erasco is a small-time fixer working out of abandoned greenhouse in the Redmond Barrens. He was the last person to see Michael alive, so we need to grab information from him. It's gonna cost 500. So yeah. It's not 100, it's 500. Okay, so I'm gonna buy the best armor and I'm gonna grab enough karma to
Shut him loud.
upgrade computers. Okay, want me to kill ghouls. 35 each. Yes, ma'am. That's good. That's another woman. I don't know why I say that. Yeah, 35 for each one. That's a really good deal. Let me spend all my money on clips. And yeah. We're gonna need all the ammo on this game, I'm sure. And I'm gonna save before we go in because we are doing all of it, all the 20 ones we can do. And that should give us like 700? Yeah, 700 if we kill all 20. I'm sure we can do it, just need a little bit of patience to not get cornered in a bad way. We are fast enough that we can deal with a bunch of them like this. 1, 2. Patience. This dude is fast. 3, 4. Our goal is 20. We can't leave and save. If we leave, the run concludes. We have to stay here and kill 20 in one go. Ah, come on. He'll open a nice area for me. Is 20 the hard limit he'll pay for? Yes. He says that that's the maximum he'll pay for. We can keep killing them for karma and any creds they drop. But he'll only pay for the first 20. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's go in here, see if we can. Respawning from here seems to be like the safest. Wait. I don't know if these guys count as ghouls. I suspect they do, but 10, 11. It's going smoothly. It's going smoothly. Those guys, if it is just two, the hard one is that piece of shit right there. You shit. Okay, that's like 11, 12. I lost count. 13, 14, 15. We do have a health pack if we need it. That dude in the trench coat is the worst. The flying thing is there slow and they die quickly. 16. Come on, come on. It's gonna be the best haul we've had so far. Just have to survive. Man, if we die, I might actually just keep going. A 17, I think. 19. I think I'm gonna try to leave. Okay, okay. We want one last hole over here, I guess. Heal, heal. I need to heal. It's better that we heal. Come on. I keep thinking that sound is going to go into Jiggle Bells. Okay, pick the stuff, run. There is no run command. We just have to go and hope no more spawn. Come on, let me leave. Please, don't block. There we go, chat. Huge success. Right here. Let me put down a save. How much money do we have now? We have to have a lot. You have to return. Okay, we have to return. We have to return. It's fine. It's fine. We do have a good amount of money, but we do have to return first. Absentia, you finally got coffee. That's so good to hear, my friend. You were hurting bad these days with no coffee. Giggle gummy is all good. You got your giggle gummies back. The look on your face for a second there. Yeah. He doesn't say anything. Like, did he pay us? He still didn't pay us. Is the mission still here? It is. Maybe if you die, you lose the mission, so maybe it was for the best. Looking for some work. To Halloweeners to Jump House. Okay, I'm gonna do a mission. You have to have paid me now. Come on. Thank you, game. I'm gonna do this one more mission, then I'm gonna do stuff with the money. You were dying, Absentia, I can see that. I like coffee a lot. I have talked plenty about our coffee habits over here, but I can go without coffee. And it's fine. But yeah, some days you just like, you need it. Usually have coffee more during the weekdays because of work. Get a little pick me up. On the weekends we just sleep the entire day anyway, so you don't need to stay awake. You live on caffeine? That's fine. I've told about my friend that puts instant coffee on top of ice cream before, so I've seen worse. Like, he would do this thing where you grab a mug, you put some instant coffee in, and then you put on some hot water, and you grab a spoon, and you just like slosh it around real fast so it gets like thick. And the normal thing to do after that is to either add milk or add the rest of the water. He would put more instant coffee in, little bit of water, do it again. Little bit of instant coffee, little bit of water, do it again. Like as much coffee as the water would be able to absorb. And he would spend like 20 minutes to fill the mug doing that. And it would be like you could like serve the coffee and cut with scissors or something. It was the thickest coffee of all time. Dude was really some very fun habits there. I want to just put down a save here. How many clips do we have? So yeah, whenever people talk about, oh, I have too much coffee sometimes, you don't, we're fine. That dude has issues. He would always be look at me like this, oh dude, how are you doing, dude? You're doing fine today? Do you want some coffee? He couldn't close his eyes. It was fun. I wish I was exaggerating. What was I doing? I could buy some armor. I could progress the story. I could buy armor. How am I on karma? One more karma can upgrade computer. I don't think I have enough money for a submachine gun anyway. I think I have a friend who used to do 8 energy drink cans, 2 5-hour energy shots a day. Yeah, you have to keep in mind that you start to build a resistance to that stuff. The thing about energy drinks is I like the taste of, say, Red Bull. I like how it tastes on its own. Like, I'll open a can and happily drink it. But like, I drink one can and I can literally feel my heart in my chest just going tum, 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 tum. It scares me to hell. So I don't drink energy drinks. It's too much. Maybe we can farm for this. And meanwhile, we farm karma. So we can get better computers, then we can go back to the other town, see if we can do those expensive missions. Oh! Hello. So someone dropped some money on the floor here. Well, your alertness builds a resistance, but your heart doesn't. And he had a ton of health issues. That's sad to hear. It's a good thing that It's a good thing that Red Bull over here is prohibitively expensive, so I just... Like, yeah, my heart couldn't take, but it was also expensive, so whatever. I couldn't afford it anyway. Now, coffee on the other hand, we have a street market once or twice a week where they have like freshly picked up coffee beans. Like, you can look at the package and it says like 3 days before it was picked and roasted. And I thought it was like, because a lot about coffee is like, oh, I'm so fancy, I have this teapot that is like magical or whatever. They have a lot of... They overdo coffee making a lot. But fresh beans are way better than like regular coffee. And I thought it was like an over-exaggeration, but no. You get like this coffee that is incredibly strong, but not bitter at all. It's just fantastic. Still cheap next to heart surgery. Yeah, I'll pass on both. Fresh everything is so much better. Yeah, I thought it was like over-exaggeration, but no, it's amazing. Fresh beans, fresh coffee beans. Jackal's Lantern. I think is the thing on the side. Yeah. And Motel. 40, no, too cheap. I want better. Come on, give me something better. Weapons to nuke plant 60. Yeah, that's way better. Ares to nuke. Fresh is better. Yeah, I thought that like grinding your own coffee was like whatever. No man, you get some fresh beans, you grind them when you're going to use, and it's just like the strongest thing in terms of kicking a punch, but not bitter. Like you can actually enjoy the taste of the coffee. All the fancy stuff they sell, none of that can make up for fresh. That's true. That's true. And it's not even more expensive because it's like a small local producer, so we know it's like 10% more expensive, not even that. And instead of being like that stuff that you have to look at the packages and try to find what you want, no, they have like clearly marked like light roast, medium roast, dark roast, this type of beans, whatever. I'm still not having goat shit coffee. I know people say it's amazing, but I'm not having goat shit coffee beans. Unless someone tricks me. Oh, I can actually sell my armor. I just realized that. Hold on. And I like how no one like blinks an eye when I say goat shit coffee. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. It's become notorious. This is one I had based on the price. Vest with plates. No, this is better than what I had, but this is what I want. I don't have enough money for this. Okay. Oh, I didn't sell it. Okay, never mind. Armor clothing. I want to sell it. Thank you. Now I want to buy this one. Yes. You want guano coffee? I don't. I think I don't. I honestly don't know, but I don't follow coffee at all. But it doesn't surprise me. Expensive coffee here is mold ridden. It's interesting because when that stuff comes down here, ooh, it's Starbucks from the United States. You see it on the movies and the TV shows, it must be the best thing ever. And then they charge double the prices and it's boring nothingness when you try it. They don't... I mean, they might have actual Starbucks shops over here. Not in my city. It's too small for that, I guess. But they sell like Starbucks instant coffee or whatever, and it's overpriced as all hell. Halloweeners too little cheap. 35. I think I just want to like get another goal run. Actually, I have enough karma for the computer. I wanna try it. Starbucks isn't about being good. It's about being fast. But they think they're about being both. That's another thing. When you live in the States and you think like... And you think McDonald's, you think fast food. You go in, order food, and you come out. And it's cheap. It's supposed to be cheap, fast food. When they came over here, it was like, ooh, McDonald's from the United States. So they settle in as a luxury restaurant. Like it's American food. And it's the same shit you have over there, but it's overpriced. And that was their marketing strategy, and it worked really well over here. People would go to McDonald's to have fancy food, believe it or not. Nowadays it has died out. Finally, so you can get cheap burgers at McDonald's. Like I can get like what? I can get completely stuffed nowadays with like $6. And that wasn't the case back in the day. Okay, let me upgrade computer. And now I'm gonna check out and I'm gonna save the game before I go over there and waste my time again. I'm gonna save the game and I'm gonna try doing those Decker missions. See if we can make it work now. I don't mind if it is difficult, but it has to be doable. Restaurants are completely different in different countries. It's overpriced, but not in the same way. McDonald's, I'll go hungry, thanks. I don't know. They are different in different countries, so my opinions wouldn't be based on the same data that you have, but I do like McDonald's every now and again. I don't have it often because it's a freaking greasy calorie bomb. It's like once every 3 months or something. But I freaking love it. And I hate myself for it. But I've learned to go to McDonald's and buy 3 of their smallest, simplest burgers. It's cheaper than a Big Mac and it's a lot better. Big Mac or Big Taste or whatever the big burgers they have is just you bite it and it goes everywhere. The regular burgers you can eat it with one hand, it's much better. No. No, I want a Decker job. Give me a Decker job. No. No? No. Who knows if they're similar or not? Yeah. They do have to use a lot of local ingredients as well. Like the lettuce they use over here is absolutely fantastic. So that stuff is gonna be very different. No. No, I want a Decker job, my friend. I just got some computer skills here. There we go. That's too much money for me to be able to do. Pizza the Space, hello, how's it going? I know that you are honest, I hope you're doing better today. Like I've said before, sometimes you scare me. Here, a nice sit-down restaurant with bread and a local baker, meat from local farm, substantially thicker nuts, 1 centimeter thing, and it costs barely more than McDonald's, but it's 40 times better. I was distracted, reading chat, you are being rude. Problem with restaurants in the United States, from what I read, is that they... Like, you have that problem everywhere, not just restaurants. You go buy a candy bar, and it says it's $3. And then you go to the checkout, and it's no plus tax. So, like, don't you just have the full price, you dumbass? And then on restaurants, oh, it's 30 bucks for this, and 20 bucks for this, and there we go. No, we have to tip. And tipping is bullshit. They should just have the proper price and pay people properly. Everything dealing with money in America feels like a scam sometimes, from what I read. I might be mistaken. I saw parent with brother lost the key for work, so I don't know life. Are you pizza the space? I feel like you Aries? Oh, I just want the run passcode. Okay, let's go with this, I guess. In Canada, we were looking for your keys and you found 40 bucks. That's good. Ban the guy that attacked you. Resisted? Okay, let's see how difficult. Is it attacking us? What is that? Oh shit. Okay, let's heal up. Oh shit. Okay, this wasn't good. In Europe, they give you the full price before you purchase, taxes included. Everywhere they do that. It's just the United States. I don't know if Canada is crazy like that as well, but... my chips are fried. Yeah, we cannot do this mission, so let's not be here, I guess. Let's just, like... grab a regular ghoul mission to get enough money for... I might need more clips, right? No, I don't want to, I just want to leave. I thought you said they had tax later in Brazil too. No, it's just in the United States, from what I hear. And it's so weird. Okay, I just need the clips. And let's grab another ghoul mission. Music time. Your box is a FedEx driver. It's probably think with only one key. Why only one key? Okay. I'm having trouble with people at work losing keys for the things they have to drive. Sounds like a not very fun time. No, I want ghouls. They pay better. And I know I can handle them now. There we go. 50 for each one. That's 1,000 million for all 20. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Negotiation skills coming into play here. It's stupid. The consumer knows they're rebuying a thing. They don't care where the money goes. So why not just say the final price? I agree with you. You know why they don't say the final price? Because it's a thing. And now if they say the full price, the other store is gonna say, no, you're selling it for $5. We're selling for $4.50 plus tax, which ends up as $5.15 or something, but it's cheaper and people go to that one because they say $4.50, ignore the plus tax and just... So you have to compete with the scammers. You have to become a scammer yourself. Guess don't hate the game. Oh, you lost it and you have to pay for the key that you lost. That sounds horrible. I look 36, which is your age. You hope I'm well. I hope you're well as well. I'm doing fine over here. And I'm a little older than 36, as you can tell from the graying beard. But my hands still works and I can still play games, I guess. Okay, 20 people again. Let's go. We didn't get a change in the sprite from the different armor. That's not gonna be a thing, I'm sure. 1. Ooh, I think the armor absorbed that hit. 2, 3, 4. I love that sound. I'm lost count, so I'm gonna say that was 5. Killing more is not a problem. Where are you from? Ontario, Canada? I'm from Brazil. I'm from the southernmost state in Brazil, where it gets cold in the winter. But right now we're getting 42 Celsius over here. It's like a thermal sensation, real feel, whatever people call it. And it's been hell on earth with this heat. 6, 7, 8. Yeah, very fun. Oh, minus 13, that's awesome, my friend. I envy you. Okay, that was 8, right? Yeah, let's not lose count. This guy, I hate this guy. He's very fast. Okay, that was... Oh, okay. Hello. That was 9. 10. 11. 12. There we go, 12. Maybe not it sunks here, run away. Man, if I could go anywhere where it's not flaming hot outside and I could like do things without melting into sweat, I would not run away. I think that's 13, right? 14. 15. 5 more. You have to keep moving for them to spawn, and you hope they don't spawn in a bad place behind you, for example. Minus 15 Celsius here, I like it though. I love the cold. Because if you're cold, you can just throw more stuff on top of yourself. A coat, a blanket, whatever. If it is hot, you know, you can't remove your skin. Usually. But yeah, when it is winter, there is a problem. The houses in my country are all built for heat. They're not built for the cold. 16, 17. 18. 19. They're not built for the cold. So when we get to winter, you guys are gonna see me streaming wearing a full winter coat inside the house, because it gets cold inside almost as much as outside. There's nothing we can do about it. If you talk to an architect or engineer here about insulation, they're gonna look at you weird. What is that? Can we eat it? It's not a thing. Okay, run out, come on. I'll look at chat in a second. I just want to leave before they block the exit. There we go. Nice hole. I'm in a desert. Deserts get extra cold at night. They do. Why is there random people attacking me out here? I want to read chat. Okay, let's read chat. They get extra cold at night, so it may be warmer here than you in the day, pizza. You saw a moose. Look to avoid a huge animal. Yeah, mooses are no kidding business. Like they're as big as a house, and they will fuck you up. All I know about mooses is that they are way more dangerous than they look. You weren't in his line of sight. That's good to hear. I hear they don't see very well. So as long as you're not being dumb, it should be fine. Let me see. We did not get the money yet. Should be 1,000 nuyen. Let me see when we get it. When you get inside.
Shut him loud.
No, we have to talk to the guy even though he doesn't mention anything about it. Oh no, old Gunderson got your credits right here. Talk to you later, and we got the money so we can save. Yep, what about 3 karma? Man, can you max out everything on the character? Because if you can, that's incredibly satisfying. I love games where you can just like upgrade everything to the maximum eventually if you want to keep playing for 50 hours. Okay, we do have enough money to talk with a guy. Okay, I'm gonna keep playing. Okay, you guys, you give me a second here. I really need to hit the bathroom. It's an emergency. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Alright, I'm back. I'm very sorry, but it was an emergency. Yeah, we're back. Feeling better already. What were we doing? I don't know. Let me put down a save. Alright, so we have 1,000. We have the best weapon from over here. Ooh, we could get some implants. Let me see what you get here. Alright, the weapons. Already have the better one. The armor, we have the better one from this shop, of course. We could buy more clips. You can select a firearm to accessorize. And if you buy... Ooh! Smart gun system. Oh, silencer, laser sight, gas vent, what the hell? This is so fancy. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that yet. I want to check the... Oh, thank you for the welcome back. I'm gonna check the implants here. I'm in need of your services. Cyberware. So the data jack we have. And this stuff screws up with magic, but I think we're just gonna ignore magic on this run. But we can't afford anything anyway, so we're out of here. And we're gonna get the info from the guy. We saved the game, we didn't do anything, so we can try this. I'm looking for some information. Hey, information is a commodity like anything else. I charge a flat fee of 500 nuyen for all my info. Nuyen up front, so hack up my fee, and I'll spill all I know. Easy money, chummer, I'll pay. Boris watches the nuyen roll off your cred stick. In other Shadowrun games, I usually spend a little on cyberware than in Magic. Yeah, on the SNES Shadowrun, the only magic I bothered with was healing. I think we'll see. I'm not very interested in magic in most games that have magic as something you can do. And when I try to do that, like the usual Skyrim syndrome, where you this time I'm gonna play a magic character, and you're playing for like 3 hours, you get distracted, and suddenly it's a stealth archer again. Gives one a warm feeling all over. You just ask me anything you want to know. Tell me what you know about my brother Michael. It just occurred to me that your brother was in here a while back. He came in using the name Owlfeather, though I never believed that was really his name. I believe he bought a few high-powered weapons, lots of ammo, and a 4-wheel truck. Just saying, usually you can do a little cyber, sometimes even be better at magic. But yeah, they do compete with each other. All good whatever you go with. Yeah, it's really good when games have like all this depth. If you care about the rule set of the Shadowrun tabletop RPG, I can concede right away that the Genesis version is a lot better because you do have like all the stats. The SNES had like 3 or 4 stats you could put karma into. It was like body, guns, and hacking, I think. So yeah, having deeper systems with more options is always a good thing. As long as like sometimes you don't want to get bogged down with too much of the technical stuff, and sometimes make it like a requirement to get fully in depth with their systems. Not a big fan of that, but having depth that like just presents itself in a natural manner and you can engage with it in a way that is fun and doesn't feel mandatory is a lot better. You have the Shadowrun second edition, about 20 source books. Second edition was like 95? Because first edition was 89. Second edition was 92, actually, I think. Even in paper and pencil, I'll do a little cyber with magic users. That's fine. Just don't say you're gonna do cyber with someone, because some people think that means something else. Anyway, I wouldn't thought twice about it until some Renraku hotshot started the bird dog. Never seen the suit before he came looking for your brother. Oh, context matters, it always does. He had lots of hired protection, but he looked like the most dangerous of the bunch. Okay, so there is some guy in Renraku that wanted to get Michael killed. I don't know what starting a bird dog is. I hope it's not getting some weird kind of dog and just like pulling a rope that gets like, I don't know, like a wind-up toy. Do you know Dresden Files? That name is not strange to me, but I don't recall what it is. They do something interesting magic meets tech like Shadowrun does. No, and I have a page here where I take notes of interesting things to check out later, so I'm gonna write that down. Modern day with magic. In that world, magic makes like aesthetic that messes up complicated technology. That does sound a little bit familiar. Right, so I don't recall it, but maybe if I look it up, I might remember it right away. By the way, if anyone, the main person has to drive an old carbureted car without a computer. Right, because advanced stuff doesn't work. And not that anyone cares, and I'm not sponsored or anything, I just wanted to say how nice it is. I'm using a Retroflag controller that is a Genesis 6-button reproduction, and it's ranked as being very low latency on the big Mr. spreadsheet, and I gotta say it's really good, really responsive. I really like the way the buttons feel on this controller. I hadn't had much time to use it before. It's a book series, late 90s, early 1000s, or short-lived TV series. Man, I might want to look into that. I always look into finding like more interesting books to read. His name was Mako Socho. He applied some pressure, but I didn't give up your bro, I swear. I didn't know nothing except what he bought. Mako must have gotten more info elsewhere. Thanks. Your mind mulls over this new information as you turn to leave. You are startled back to reality as a Renraku strike team breaks into the greenhouse. Man, wherever we go, we just like bring trouble in. I only know Dresden Files from a friend. I'm watching the series now, have not read the books, but that friend loves them. I might actually look into the books. Man, I not that I've just learned of Never Deal with a Dragon, I want to get that book. Might have to import it, actually. I doubt it's gonna be on sale over here. But I like how Shadowrun and Dresden both have magic and tech conflict. Yeah, I feel like... Yeah. No, now I understand where you're coming from. You either go one way or the other because they don't play well together. Because I think they both play into the idea that there is some purity necessary in the body and soul to deal with magic. It's really interesting. You can use them together, but there's consequence. Yeah, that's a fun way of writing stories. I know you do have a good point. They are aiming for Boris, who attempts to run for cover. The leader seems to recognize you and immediately instructs the team to take you down instead. Oh. What? Are we dead already? Okay, maybe we need to survive that, so let me load. I didn't even recognize my sprite on the map, actually. I'm pretty sure we can survive that if we are clever / careful. Jesus, okay, I don't have any health medkits. Right, so I'm gonna use the money to buy medkits. And I'm sure I can survive that. And one of the guys was already at like half health, I think, so we can kill them. It's based on the user's biotech skill. I might want to improve that as well. I can buy 2 of these. No, I actually can buy more than 2. 2 should be fine. Where's my biotech skill? It's at 2. We take 6 karma to improve. It's like next level times 2, it looks like. Okay, let me refresh the save. Let's try this. Let's try this again. Get out, get out. Okay, medkit. No, I don't want to... Game, I want to shoot these guys, not the random passerby. Ah, shit. I might not be able to survive this. Holy crap. Yeah, I'm slinking down my chair. Hold on. Shit. Maybe I shouldn't bother trying to run, just shoot at them right there. Just go. Maybe we should... those guys shred. Maybe we... Like, we only have 2 options here. We either, like, go do something else, farm, get stronger, get back, or we accept the death. A haggard man collapses at your feet, his skin is pale and cold to the touch. A well-dressed man runs up, followed by 2 ordinary thugs. I'm a doctor. This patient has escaped. Help us capture him and I'll pay you. Last time this happened, they were legit. So I'm gonna help them instead. Okay, that's fine. So maybe we just accept the death. And then we find a way to buy our way back here from a taxi cab. When you die, you lose money. I think that's the only thing that you lose. We have 3 karma. Yeah, I think we read about that when we got the medical bracelet. So I'm just gonna like accept the death. Maybe it's unavoidable. So what I'm gonna do is spend all my money. Except for the 500 that I need. Right, so we're gonna be losing 2 million total. And yeah. Like if we, let me pause the game. I have 19, so I'm gonna lose 2. I'm gonna drop down to 17, that's fine. I don't care. If we keep the karma, that's good enough. And then I have to like farm some money so we can get back to where we were before. Yeah, 2 million. And do we keep the karma? We got 1 karma. So there you go. Die more, I guess. Okay, this is Seattle. How much to get back? 40. Okay. So maybe I'm gonna put down a save. I'm gonna put down a save on a separate slot. And I have to remember that I did that. Seattle General Hospital, a woman with the name Dr. Haversheen, stitched on her smock, is filling out forms behind the desk. You recognize her as the doctor from Michael's holopics. That's true. We did see her, so she knows Michael, so we have to talk to her anyway. May I help you? Is this your holopics? You show her the holopics and tell her of Michael's death. Tears stream freely, but she manages to stifle most of the sobs. Composing herself with much effort, she begins to speak. Michael was a good friend to me. We met when he first arrived here 3 years ago. I can't believe he's gone. If there is anything I can do for you, Joshua, let me know. What was Michael's relationship with Stark? Stark was your brother's best friend. They went everywhere together. I can't count the times one of them came in here dragging the other, barely alive. I'd guess they died together. Okay, I'm in need of your services. Please step this way. Medical attention, cyberware. Yeah, obviously we can't afford anything. And it's the same as the other shops. Alright, if we look at the tips and clues, yeah, we don't have a clue for her anymore. Because we talked to her, we don't need anything else. So let's save actually. On game 2, and let's see if we can... Yeah, Trash Cat, I should have replied to you before, but those guys shredded us all hell. That's absolutely unreasonable. Abandoned building with goals. I'm gonna see if I can find a Johnson with reasonable missions to grab some money before we move on. Another abandoned building with goals. Howdy, name's Roscoe. My business is buying in from selling off to the highest bidder. You got any data for me, partner? And I'll gladly give it a fair deal. I've got some data I'd like to sell, do I? He gestures to the terminal on his desk. Well, hook your deck on up to my old hog here and we'll get down to biz. Looks like we reached the big file marker. You'll know to come to me when you get more data. Interesting. Did we get money for that? No, I don't think we had any data. Can we like randomly hack something and get data to sell? I'm gonna try doing that. Need to learn the mechanics. Okay, let's go with this, I guess. Into cyberspace! Echo. Yeah, getting in was very easy. So there is a input-output part we don't care about, and there is a CPU. We don't want to crash the CPU yet. And this doesn't seem to be anything here. If this works as I think it does. Yeah, you can leave the node or you can lock it out. We're gonna lock it out, I guess. Okay, all precautions are now enforced. Let's go to the CPU. I tried to lock it out a second time. I guess there was no point in doing that. There's a passive alert. Syntax error is a great result, actually. Right, so I guess if you're not in combat, you can't use it. So let's just do this. Remember when you thought the internet would be this, and then Second Life proved we didn't actually want to live that way? That's a great point, Nukem. I always thought that we wouldn't want it to be like this if you actually thought about it. And Second Life was a very... Man, there were other systems like Second Life. Does anyone remember Project Entropia? I think it was called. It was like Second Life, but weirder. I think it was called Project Entropia. You could drain sweat from bugs and you could sell the sweat. And it was one of those like real money games where you would like buy in-game money with real money and you would have an avatar, and you remember it. But Entropia was more of a sci-fi. I think it was with a setting and stuff. Second Life was whatever you made it. I don't know which is worse, because Project Entropia was way too freaking weird. And there were people that played it very seriously, like putting real money, and they had their guilds, groups, whatever. Second Life, it was one of those things that I looked at it, I tried playing it, and I was like, I guess I'm too old for this. I'll go back to IRC, talk to people there, I guess. Too old for this. We can cancel the alert? Good. We don't want to crash the system. Oh, this opens up the other stuff. Nice. We have 4 data stores. Let's harvest. Let's just harvest everything. Not in combat. Okay. So then just do it normally. Right, last time we crashed the CPU, which was not what we wanted. Transfer data. History data, download, yes, nice. Let's leave this node. Let's go back here, I guess. Can skip it. This is already pawned. Remember when everyone used to say pawned? As in owned, but with a P instead of an O. It was all the rage. Ooh, they're trying to... What do you mean not in combat? Look at that thing coming at us. Can we hack it before we get attacked? There we go. You remember that? Yeah, that was one of those things that I could barely understand. No available storage. We need to get... All precautions are now enforced. Let me... leave the node. Let me... leave the node. I just want to manage my shit. Can I manage my shit? No, I can't. Go to node. Let's go here. Let's see if I can manage. Because you do have storage space, but you can manage it. I feel like I would need like a better deck, cyber deck. And those are very expensive. So if I look here at my storage, yeah, some of it is taken. I think just by the stuff that I have, it's like stuff I can't delete. So maybe I should just leave. With the data I have and try to sell it. See how it works. This file here, history data, might be able to find a use for the info. How's about I offer 1600 million? Score! Yes! Alright. Alright, that's a good mechanic. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, let's head back. This is downtown Seattle, so we know we have a guy that we can sell data to over here. And I'm gonna back here, see if the guy is still alive. If the guy would even talk to me, actually. In case people come in here to just kill me for no reason, I'm gonna drop a save. Boris appears much more nervous now that he survived the Renraku strike team attack. He doesn't let that get in the way of business, though. A sincere thanks for the save, chum. You gave me the distraction I needed to hop out the back. So sit down and slut up. A guy's gotta make a living, you know? Looking for some information? Just ask me anything you want to know. I already told you all I know about Michael. Suggest you find Mako Socho. He's the one who was after your bro. Do you know anything about David Allfeather? That ranger who patrols the Salishide? I don't know how to pronounce this place's name. You won't get to see him unless you got a visa, of which I have plenty in stock. Rarely lives that Amerindian village he's stationed at, but he's okay. It's his brother who's a real draghead. Brother? Yeah, Aragorn. Real fragging arrogant punk. I don't care for him, but I gotta make money. Last time here, he was shooting his mouth off about taking on a B Corps for one of the Johnsons around here. Brother? I haven't seen him since, and don't feel too bad about that. Though I do miss the creds. Okay, he's told me everything he can. Do we have that information on the notebook? I think we do. Allfeather, where he's stationed, visa is requires for entrance to the Salishide. Aragorn. And yeah, the stuff about Morocco, and I should talk to Mako Social. Right, so it does include all the information that we have that is still relevant. It's great game design, especially for the time. What's the story? It cost $100 to find out. I think I'll pay. Maybe it's useful, I don't know. The name's Boris Eraskol. At your service, I'm a fixer, which means if you want something, I can fix it so you get it. With the proper monetary motivation added in, of course. I request but one thing from you. I have served time in Hollywood, so I would appreciate if you'd kept your business transactions to yourself. Oh, Hollywood is the name of the correctional facility. What items do you have to offer? Give me a hint about your needs, Jam. Looking for equipment or firepower? Shouldn't he sell me a visa? What equipment do you have? Little short at the moment, but I have a couple items in good supply. I've got an excellent 4 years of the Salishide passport for 1,000. Level 2 Maglock Passkey for 10,000. The Maglock Passkeys we can get at other shops. The passports we have to get from him, but I don't know if we still have the money for it. We should have. Should have plenty. I'll take a passport. You check out the goods and nod acceptance to Boris. He quickly and gleefully downloads the Nuyen from your credit stick. Pleasure doing business with you, Chummer. And what items do you have to offer? What equipment do you have? I'm not gonna try to buy a new passport in case the game lets me. So let's see. If I look at the notebook, a visa is required, but we should have it. It doesn't show on the inventory, but we did get it, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think we did. Group Indian Lands Visa. So we do have the Visa. We did get it. Okay, that's very good. I'm just gonna ask what else the guy can sell me. In terms of firearms. He has a Mach 22s practically giving away for 1200 each. That is more expensive than the gun I have. So that might be a good weapon. Let me put down a note here. So I can check back on him. Boris has Mach 22s for 1200 Nuyen. Alright, when I get money I'll get back here. Man, if we get a better cyber deck and we just clean house on one of those hacking attempts. Like, that was a thing that I was a bit annoyed with the SNES version. You had a very specific set of hacking places. You couldn't like just keep hacking to make money. Like you use the computer, you got the money from it, that's it. You can't do anything else. I forgot to restart the timer. Ah, shit. Okay, let me edit this because I'm pretty sure I know the time I left. It was 30 minutes ago. On the dot, actually. So it should be 4 hours, 13 minutes, 7 seconds. Yes, correct. And then I can reset and I can restart. There we go. It happens to me quite frequently. Anyway, what can we do now? Actually, I think I might put down a save and end it here for today.